Okay, I'm going live early for once, and I like to take an earbud out so that I can actually hear what's going on in my physical world around me. I want to do a quick live stream this morning because I haven't done one in a long time, and I felt like it, and want to talk about some of the things I've been thinking about, and I need to get her done before I got to get on with the day and the things that need to happen. So man, okay, I put all this stuff in my description. There's a lot of cool things in my description. So I'll just talk about them as they come to mind. One of them is this new channel that I discovered called Idol Killer, which is sweet. I don't know who this cat is. I would like to get in touch with him. I need to find out. Okay, I need to just find out his name, who runs the channel. Because he's absolutely fantastic. My internet is slow, super slow. And okay, Warren McGrew, who often runs these things on Idol Killer. The first thing that I saw, and this is really related to my boy Yosef, one of my favorite Jews and one of the few but the great Jews of the corner. He shared with me, I don't know if he was talking about this podcast or this article. What was it, Yosef, if you're here? But he was talking about, it must be related to this woman, but it's called The Myth of Pelagianism, which is just right at my alley. And this isn't to this is and is not to pat myself on the back all the time. Okay, where's the yeah, it is. It is about the book. The Myth of Pelagianism. So that is what I listened to. I'm almost sure. Yeah, from Idol Killer. So I listened to that because it popped up in my feed. I must have clicked on it, and so then it popped up in my feed, and I ended up watching it with this Dr. Ali Bonner, and it was on this Idol Killer channel, and it was, what's up, Chad? What's up, Tayo? Tayo, by the way, you are so good at hosting estuary things, and like when you did it on Chad's Not Estuary, that sometimes I wish hosting estuary is a gift, and I think I don't know, it's a very particular skill set, of which I think I can stumble my way through, but I'm not super good at it. It's just not my gift. You're really good at it. So anyhow, back to the myth of Pelagianism. It's just so fascinating how this stuff works, because I've said a lot of times that I'm doubtful that Pelagius was a Pelagian. And I just feel like it's one of those things where if you really knew what Pelagius said and what he was arguing versus what Augustine said and what the winners of history said as they got rid of all his articles and his arguments, and you hear about a lot of people's arguments from their interlocutors and from the people that disagreed with them, and so few people, which gets at why I love TLC so much, are really good at steel manning or properly articulating arguments of people you disagree with well in a way that they would accept. I just, like, if you had some magical machine to resurrect Pelagius and Augustine and have them together in a room where you could watch it, almost assuredly, I would not agree with the way that Augustine was talking about Pelagius. I would just be like, are you not listening to him? And anyhow, this book, The Myth of Pelagian, is about that. And this conversation that Yosef originally shared with a larger group of us is about that topic. And I just think it's fascinating. And just in general, British Christianity and Celtic Christianity is something that's really fascinating to me, because out of all of the realms of Western Christianity, there's something about the Christianity, which Pelagius was British. I mean, he was from the British Isles. And there's something about darn it. St. Patrick. Like, St. Patrick is phenomenal. The prayer of St. Patrick is one of my favorite things. There's just something about British Christianity, like even contemporary British thinkers, Father John Bear, Rowan Williams, N.T. Wright. There's just something about British Christianity that is even one of the most prominent people who has brought orthodoxy into a Western consciousness was what is his name? Why I'm conflating his Christian name and then his new name. Timothy Ware. What is his Metropolitan Callistos Ware? There we go. Good grief. But he has these books called The Orthodox Way and The Orthodox Church, which are older books. He has since reposed, memory eternal, and Callistos. And he popularized orthodoxy for the Western consciousness. Guess what? British. There's something about British Christianity that is super ancient. I think that where I would say certain negative aspects of Western Christianity didn't really take hold. And I love a lot of aspects of it. Who's converts? Yeah, they are all converts. Agreed. I don't know what your point is. Yeah, if they're from Britain, they're converts. Except Pelagius. See, that's the thing. Pelagius is pre-schism. I mean, very early, obviously, around the time of Augustine. So, but there's just something about that stream that is really interesting to me. So this Idol Killer channel is really cool. That conversation about the myth of Pelagianism, which I don't know a ton about, obviously, but I listened to the podcast while I was doing other things and a little distracted. And what could I say is Nate Diaz. I'm not surprised. That's a GIF. It's a meme. And so that's a cool thing. What else did I want to talk about? Oh, I want to talk about other things about how I'm awesome and I'm the first to do things. So I'm going to play some clips because this happened. So number one, I did not expect this crossover at all, but Dr. John Vervaeke was on Pete Holmes' podcast called You Made It Weird. And Pete Holmes is, I used to listen to his podcast pretty religiously. I listened to it a lot. I used to listen to the Deconstructionist podcast, which is Michael Gungor and Science Mike. I forget what his last name is. I used to listen to a lot of ex-Christian, post-Christian, whatever kind of podcasts before I converted to Orthodoxy, just because I didn't. It was almost like I was looking for a place like TLC where you could actually have conversations about things, and that's not really the place, because that's the problem with post-Christians and ex-Christians and ex-evangelicals is you're out of the frying pan into the fire, because you're still controlled by that protest. You know, you're still protesting against something. It's that Jonathan Pageauism that PDK likes to talk about, is that you can never really build a culture or a society on protest. It's just never going to work. It's not generative. It's, by its very nature, it's deconstructive. And so, yeah, Pete Holmes is absolutely. Pete won't shut up, though. He did with Vervaeke quite a bit. They had a vibe where they were really going, and I think part of that with Pete is he's very, and he and Vervaeke talked about this at the beginning of the podcast, is that Vervaeke was like, I love the way that your mind works, and it's just so fast, because Pete Holmes' mind is super fast. He's super quick. He reminds me of, there's a lot of comedians that I like this. Rick Glassman is like that. Mark Norman is like that. There are certain comedians that are so quick. Theo Vaughn can be like that. That like there's a lot of times Theo Vaughn on Rogan's podcast, Theo will make jokes that Rogan just misses because his mind is just so fast. And I really enjoy that. But Pete's also a fast talker. And so there are times where he, despite his best intentions, I'm sure, talks too much. But with Vervaeke, he didn't. He didn't at all. Yeah, exactly, Tyler. That's hilarious. Comedy. So, where was I at? I'm looking at the chat when I should just be doing my monologue riffing. Pete Holmes podcast, Vervaeke. Oh, I'm going to play a clip. So Vervaeke was on there. It was really great. If you want to really, because it's a different medium. So Vervaeke spoke about all of his stuff in a way that was really, really good, I think. And I feel like Vervaeke's gotten better at it. And he was speaking to a different audience that it wasn't so niche. It was a really good conversation. But at this one point in it, he said something and I was just like, oh, that's my line. So I want to play it. Because sometimes I have lines, man. Sometimes I have things that I've said. And then other people say it. Vervaeke, I'm almost certain. Like 99.9% certain that he didn't hear this from me. But I don't know, man. It got out there in the ether somehow. Or it's like a, simultaneous invention of calculus or something where Vervaeke said this thing. And it's something I think that he very much believes. But I said this 3 years ago when Pageau was doing a live stream with Catherine. I said this line to Pageau, which I'm also going to play that clip because it's hilarious how Pageau responded to me. And then I'm going to show you this tweet, I think, of where I brought it up to Paul. So Paul, this is me doing my diligence and homework and showing you where I said these things originally. Okay, so let's play some Vervaeke. Let me see if we can hear this and that I don't have the speed up too fast. Because I always have the speed on like 0.17. Okay, what are we doing? I didn't want to click that. Okay, that's ridiculous. Okay, now I got to go back and find the right time because it moved. Thankfully, I made a comment where I was like, I'm the best.
Kenosis is always kenosis. Do you remember, I think it's in Philippians where Paul talks about how Jesus emptied himself.
Okay, let's go back.
Do you remember, I think it's in Philippians where kenosis is always kenosis. Do you remember, I think it's in Philippians where Paul talks about how Jesus emptied himself. The self-emptying. There's a great dialogue, a multi-faith dialogue between Maso Abi, a great Zen philosopher, and Christians about the self-emptying God. Because the idea is the oneing, the henosis is always kenosis. It's simultaneously, it's...
Well, that's the Trinity, right? I mean,
yeah. Nicholas of Cusa. It's one in which nothing is excluded, but it's empty so that nothing is enclosed.
Right. Well, that reminds me of a way.
Okay, Pete, sorry. We don't need to listen to you. We're just listening to Vervaeke for our purposes. Now let's go. So this conversation happened, I don't know. It released a few days ago. I don't know when it happened. But now let's go back to this other clip. Let's play another clip. Okay. Share screen. BOM Discord. So this is old school. Let's see. When was this? 3 years ago. It was a weekly Q&A. This is old school. Paul streaming. Okay, let's play this one. See what happens here.
That's a way to deal with it that can help the difficulty people have with understanding the world that way.
Yeah, no, I think that's really good. It reminds me of what you were just saying. Reminds me of one of my favorite Master Eckhart quotes, which is, "Salvation or finding God is not found by addition, but by a process of subtraction." And even with the recent Vervaeke conversations, they were talking about kenosis, and I thought a good little aphorism would be kenosis by kenosis.
Sounds good. Like, what a...
Aaron,
that's so fantastic. What a... I mean, poor Jonathan. I'm not trying to put you on blast, but that was a fantastic patronizing laugh. I want to know like what was going on in his head, where he just like gives you that little laugh, which was I don't know what it was, and then he's like, "Sounds good." Fantastic. If I was more if I put more effort into my channel, I would definitely that would be like one of my someone want to do that for me? Somebody make me that little clip of me saying that and then Jonathan laughing and then saying sounds good at me saying kenosis by kenosis because that would be one of my branding things. Okay, what else did I want to bring up? What else was I talking about? So I talked about idol killer. Oh, another idol killer video that I just started watching is this one. Let me click into it because I want to share it. But it's called, and this I'm gonna keep. I mean, I don't know. I tagged him in this. I'm gonna keep bringing this up. But Calvinism isn't crazy, and they're talking about Calvinism, and they're it's based on one of the things it's based on is Gavin Ortland. Hey Gavin, if you watch this, hey Gavin. But they're talking about Calvinism, and some people thinking it's evil, and Dr. Gavin Ortland tries to explain how it's not that bad. Is he right? And they really like Gavin, and and they're not putting him on blast or anything, but they're just trying to. So this idol killer guy, the two videos that I've watched, both this one, he says something in it. What does he say? Actually, I want to find what he said in here because it's really good. Because it's a super TLC thing to say. I'm not gonna be able to find it, but he is saying essentially like he wants to steelman people and just really interact with what they're saying, and he's talking about non-zero sum conversations, which is part of my title, which is what I love about TLC, which is one of the things that's just almost impossible to find anywhere else. Is non-ideological intellectual conversations. They're just so hard.
PC mood when I edited that, and
okay, let's go back. A little bit.
This is destroy some type of cow.
Destroying sacred cows. Yeah.
I don't know what kind of cow I'm going to destroy, but it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Might even sacrifice one.
Yeah, that's kind of a hard hitting intro. I was in a spicy mood when I edited that, and I figure since we're talking about Calvinism, it's kind of appropriate. Now, I'm always careful. I'm always careful to nuance this, and still my detractors kind of overlook this. But let me just say up front, I don't make Calvinism a litmus test for determining who's saved and who isn't, but I do use it as a litmus test to determining who's within the bounds of sound orthodoxy and who isn't. So I can attack the ism and the belief set
right here,
as being in opposition to scripture and reason and church history and whatever arguments I have. But I came to faith as a Calvinist. And so I had really bad beliefs about God, but I came to trust in Christ in spite of those as a Calvinist. And often Calvinists will preach the gospel and people will hear it and they'll respond in faith and come to trust in Christ. I don't think because of Calvinism, but I would say in spite of Calvinism. And so, while I have strong reasons for rejecting and criticizing the ism, I want to emphasize that we can love the ist. And I love Gavin. I think he's a great dude. So I wanted to bring that out up front. So now that we've said that, we can talk really awful about Gavin and sling mud at him and it'll be okay.
Yeah.
All right. He's being cheeky. He doesn't really think that they should do that. And yeah, Parlato, exactly. The courtroom of dialogue versus the courtroom of debate. And that's the difference between zero-sum and non-zero-sum conversations. And it's the difference between ego-driven conversations and conversations for the sake of heaven, like my boy Chezi likes to talk about. It's the difference between wanting to colonize and convert everyone to your way of thinking and being open to the truth outside the truth you currently apprehend. William, you get it. You get it. Icon versus idol. Iconic thinking. Iconic thinking. Ah! All right. What else did I want to talk about? Oh, and the last thing, and then I'll open this up for a little bit before I go. Is maybe I'll just put out the invite now. Is that PVK had a members only video, so I didn't even put the link for that in here. But the section in it that I wanted to talk, he did his conversation with what's that girl's name? The Orthodox author who works with the sacred, the symbolic world. What is her name? I can't think of it. She has a funky name. Or it's a cool name. It's a unique name. Can't think of it. Yeah, exactly. This too, Zach. Yeah, the isms versus the ist. The person. We wage war not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. Peter Rollins, Deconstructionist Podcast, Psychoanalyzing Batman. One of my favorites. I talk about it all the time. The link for that is not in the description. You'll have to just YouTube it or podcast it. Psychoanalyzing Batman, the Deconstructionist Podcast. Peter Rollins lays that out perfectly. We wage war against adverbial ways of being, patterns, principalities, spirits, not against persons. We are not against people. Ism versus ist. Vesper Stamper. Thanks, Phlebas. Yes. So PVK talked with Vesper. That was one of the other conversations in the video. Hey, babe, I'm doing a live stream, so for a little bit. And then the other thing, I just noticed she like moved something on the table, and I noticed that the table's dirty, and I'm just like, ugh, gross. And then, also his conversation with John Hears, which was good. But PVK's, I think he's having some condensation and clarity about TLC lately a little bit, and it's about this stuff. Like the way that he ended that members only video was beautiful. If he releases it more broadly, I put a couple timestamp comments in there where I was like, yes, PVK, amen. It's exactly preaching my gospel. Thank you. But the video that I did link in here was Clara on her Halakhic Man video with Ron Copperman, my boy Ron. They were talking about this, of Ron really beautifully and I think humbly and lovingly brought up political stuff, and that gets at my political ideological possession thing in here, and how he was having a conversation with his sister, I believe, and he was talking about how he voted for Trump, and he said that publicly on there, and how his sister just like couldn't believe it, which makes me think of PVK had this little clip on Twitter a while ago of some social media girl, who was talking about how one of her coworkers, this man who she really admired and respected and thought was a good guy, she found out that he was conservative, whatever that means, or supported Trump, or I don't know, had more conservative ideals than she would have assumed. And then she's like, she was kind of surprised initially about how just like vehemently she just had this impulse of hate for him. This gets at my Jonathan Haidt disgust impulse, because if you have a disgust impulse at the other, guess what? You're a conservative psychologically. That's Jonathan Haidt's term from his book, which what is it? The Happiness Hypothesis. Why is that his book of like why good people disagree about politics and religion? But he talks about in there that the disgust impulse is a conservative impulse, which is why I've often said that in the American political landscape, the conservatives and liberals, the right and the left, they're all conservatives because they're disgusted by the other. And I think right now, I mean, I would say it seems to me, although it's really on both sides, which is sad to me, but it's like that girl that PVK had on Twitter where she was just disgusted and hated the guy. And then she had that realization, she had that epiphany that like she was surprised at how much she hated him. And then she's like, and this is okay because it's not politics, it's morality. And those lines are tough. Where morality and politics cross is a difficult thing to discern. But like it's not the last remaining acceptable form of bigotry is against those with whom you disagree. And that's sure. Just don't eat it all because other people probably would like some too, I guess. That's not okay. And I've often said that in TLC. It's not okay to be a bigot against someone who disagrees with you. And that's my value. But I won't even exclude the people that do that. That's, I think, the line where you have to be this, and this gets back to kenosis by kenosis, self-emptying. If someone's blood is going to be shed, like PVK says, let it be mine. That's the Christian perspective. That's martyrdom. That's trampling down death by death. I will die for my enemies. Hopefully, God willing. And with proper discernment. And so I don't think it's okay to be a bigot against those with whom you disagree, even because someone you disagree with isn't your enemy. And even if you forgive and love your enemies, you have no more enemies. That's, to quote the Avett brothers, I have no enemies. What is that song? It's like their biggest hit song. I can't think of the title of it, but that's how it ends. They just keep saying, I have no enemies over and over and over. It's a great song. And if forgiveness, so George MacDonald said, Jesus Christ is God's forgiveness. And if we are called to be the body of Christ as Christians, then we need to incarnate Christ in me and become living sacrifices of human forgiveness, forgiving your enemy and absorbing that. I wish I was accursed for the sake of my brethren. If everyone in the world forgives their enemies, guess what? We live in the kingdom of God then. We live in the new heavens and the new earth. There is no more violence. There are, everything is made new if we love our enemies. And Christians should be leading the way in that, I think, and putting their money where their mouth is. Yeah. Well, you can't love your enemies if you don't have any. Well, yeah, but Nico, what's the point? What's the point of that? So you're wanting to stress the division, the distinction, rather than the love. So whatever, have enemies, but then if you love them, what does that mean? What point would you be making? If you love and forgive your enemies, so whatever, make the point that you still have enemies. But then if you love and forgive them, what is your point in wanting to emphasize that you still have enemies? Like, I don't know what point you're trying to make. So yeah. All right. Anyhow, that conversation was really good, and PVK's point were really good, that TLC is a place where we can have true iron sharpening iron. What's the Vervaeke term of not combative dialogue, that's philonikeia, because that would be the zero-sum competition thing, but like I don't remember what his term is. All right, so I'm gonna open this up, and I'm not gonna be here for very long, so in case some other person with privileges comes in, like Sherry or Tayo could, I guess, what time is it over there, Tayo? I'm doing this early enough. It's probably not late over there. 7 hours? Is it something like that? So that's like mid-afternoon for you. It's not Philo Sophia either. It's like, what is it when you have a conversation for the sake of heaven, but you're disagreeing, but you're not being bigoted against whom you disagree? There's some term for that, some Vervaeke term that is not coming to mind. My brain is not firing on all cylinders this morning. Okay, I'm gonna pin my thing to my channel, at least for a while, and then go look at some comments and see if anybody wants to come in and chitter chatter and play. Let's see. Ooh, Tayo. In my experience, TLC is more so a place where we talk about talking to our enemies than actually doing it. Yeah, yeah, somewhat. So, Tayo, how would you, if you want, you can come in or you can just put it in the chat. How would you recommend or see that we do that better? Because part of that is like, I'm trying to think about people who often disagree with me. I would say it's people like T. Grogan and Phlebas, and who else disagrees with me a lot? Neil Neil disagrees with me about universalism and pushes back on me all the time. But like, I would love for Phlebas to jump on a stream and push back on me. Me and Sam disagree about the Trinity, and he's one of my best friends. I actually got to meet him last weekend. He and his wonderful wife. And we got to go out to dinner and spend some time together, which was phenomenal. Tyler, just feel free to add yourself whenever you want. We can talk about it. Mark Lefevre, Manuel, they like to disagree with me. Manuel's harder for me. Manuel's just too... I feel like I've had generative, healthy conversations with Mark. I had a good conversation with Manuel once on his channel. It was a good conversation. But sometimes in live streams, he's I don't know, he's tough for me. He really gets at my neuroticism and is a little too combative. But anyhow, what up, Tayo? Hey, buddy.
Hi, Luke. Thanks for the kind words you said about me earlier. That was lovely.
Yeah, dude, I would put you like as the best that I know of in the TLC at doing that. Jed, I want to talk to you about this Calvinism stuff. If you heard the beginning of the thing, anyhow.
Yeah. So I think because TLC prioritizes relational ontology, it's easy for us to have conversations with people we disagree with, but we do that after they've become friends with us or we've become friends with them. That's sort of the path that I see TLC takes to disagreements, and I think it's top down from PVK downwards. If I'm friends with you, then we can first let's be friends, then we can explore the things we disagree with.
Yeah. So, but I don't even know how, because of the nature of the medium of what TLC is and through YouTube, I don't know how we can engage people that we're not already acquainted with or friends with to some degree, even if we disagree. I mean, besides going out and doing the kind of evangelistic stuff that Chad was doing a while back, trying to like check out other live streaming things, trying to bring in like Nathan Orman, Digital Gnosis, although he's already kind of acquainted. I don't.
No, I
how
think
do you see that?
even within TLC, there are enough disagreements that just, you mentioned Mark and Manuel earlier. They've basically been exiled, self-exiled to some extent, but it wasn't so much so they just decided one day we're leaving. It was because they were being pushed in that direction. Manuel, Mark, and Jacob are sort of the poster child for this is why it looks like we're disagreeable. And yes, we sort of say that they're part of the corner, but how many conversations have people in the corner really had with those guys since their self-exile?
Yeah, well, and that's a good point. I guess part of that, well, I'm trying to think. Could I be better at that? Yeah, I suppose for myself in talking to them, it's like, what do you prioritize? I guess I just have such limited time to talk to almost anyone. Like Jonathan Demir and I have been like very gracious. He's been very gracious with me, but like he's reached out to me to have a conversation with me like 5 times over the past, I don't know, year, and we just haven't made it work. And so I have so limited time. I don't even talk to like my friends and the people I want to talk to, that it's just like sometimes I think of that. Like I have almost a hyper Christian pietistic self-flagellating thing about me where I'm just like, maybe I should prioritize talking to the people who criticize me more than I even talk to the people I'm friends with. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's sort of where the soft pushback is coming from. TLC talks as if we do prioritize talking to people that we disagree with over talking to people that we agree with. But I think the nature of the medium is such that we're all gathered around the same thing, so there's shared interest to an extent. So already that's something that binds us together, as well as vast majority are Christian or Christian adjacent. So there's
Right.
I just want us to be aware of the ways in which we're just a YouTube community. We're not just a YouTube community, but we also embody the characteristic of just a YouTube community in as much as we get into our silos. Like we have conversations with people around TLCs that have been watching the same thing as us, and
Yeah, no, I think that's completely valid, and I think that is it's a limitation of this medium, and that's the way that it's going to naturally be. But do you have ideas or thoughts about how TLC as necessarily an online YouTube medium could try to integrate more people that we disagree with in a way that is, because part of that is like, that's the problem with, I think, the Mark Emanuel Jacob thing, although Jacob still is closer. I feel like there's more overlap there. It's a self-exile. Well, it's just like, because I think that's the difference between them and me, is that we disagree, and then they say, okay, then we have to separate. Whereas I'm like, no, we don't. I don't see why we do, why they feel the need to separate. So on them, I can't, I don't know. I can't talk them into doing something they don't want to do. But then even for further people, like I know yourself going to Speaker's Corner or something, well, that's a real world embodied space where people obviously disagree. But like on Speaker's Corner, I don't think people are trying to have non-zero sum conversations. Everyone's trying to colonize everybody else. Seems like to me, from what I know of it.
Yeah, for the most part, that's accurate. I think I don't have a solution. I think the making friends first so you can disagree in a more productive way strategy is a fine one. And I think keeping those conversations going is important. And there will be people, for example, there are certain things that the corner holds sacred. Things like goodwill conversation, which can basically translate to be nice to me whilst disagreeing with me. And I think that's more sort of personality thing, but we've got all of this fancy language about the 4 P's of knowing.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're quick to classify people that are just naturally more disagreeable as, they're just obsessed with propositions. And the demonization of propositions, I think, has a lot to do with some of the lack of generative conversations. Because there are people who are more intellectual. I mean, we point to someone like Sam. Sam's an exception. And Sam's like a fringe of the corner. He's doing more bridge building with Christian YouTube that TLC also rails against.
Yeah, well, and maybe, and true. That's one of my things that PVK said in his recent video about Christian YouTube that I loved, but that's kind of preaching to the choir. because I'm not a big fan of Christian YouTube. So, well, here, so I want to get your thought on this. And this isn't, I mean, I guess I tagged Gavin Ortland in this, but so I know a lot of information of behind the scenes conversations that have happened between Sam and Gavin. And Sam's been trying to talk to Gavin and been talking about videos about him and things very charitably and kindly, I think, for a long time, trying to get a conversation with him. And Gavin has said, no, he's busy or whatever, this or that, or there's things that come up. And now at least it's gotten to the point, and I won't go into all the detail because it's not my privilege to share, but like, it's just probably not going to happen. Like, Gavin's probably never going to talk to Sam. And that's a bummer to me. Like, I think that's a huge bummer, and I think he should. I think, but I think part of the reason why Gavin will never talk to Sam is because, and I'll just say this, I mean, I guess this is putting him on blast, is like, I don't think Gavin is open to the truth outside the truth he currently apprehends. And I think, I mean, I've tried to steelman why he wouldn't want to talk to Sam, but I think truly when it comes down to it is he doesn't want to talk to Sam because he's not sure that he has arguments that I don't think he thinks that he can win in a dialogos with Sam talking about the Trinity, and he wants to save face because of his Christian YouTube platform, and he doesn't want to talk to him. And that sucks. If that's the case, I'm not accusing him of that, but if that's the case, that's why I don't like Christian YouTube, because of those dynamics. And because of those things, I think that Christian YouTube is incapable of actually having open, like, legitimate conversations, what I would call legitimate conversations, which is being open to seeing something that you didn't previously already see.
But then that means you, from your position, you're going to have to be open to the idea that Christian YouTube might have the truth outside of the truth you're able to apprehend.
In that it's zero sum, and like, you need to convert everybody to what you think.
In that there's a reason that other Christians hold that posture and feel as affirmed in the righteousness of that posture as you do, in the righteousness of holding the opposite posture.
Yeah, well, I think what I can see to try to do that is that it's kind of like, for everything there's a season, and kind of like how that cat from Idol Killer said when he was talking about isms versus ist and talking about ideas versus people, and how he came to faith as a Calvinist, but yet he can still speak against Calvinism. I think that's how I would steelman it, is to say, like, I know there are people who hold all sorts of views for whatever reason that I don't think the views are correct, but yet for wherever they are, like, what you see and hear depends a lot upon where you're standing and the kind of person you are. For whatever reason, where you are, that's where you need to be, or else you would be somewhere else, kind of almost as a tautology. Like, wherever you are is where you need to be, or else you'd be somewhere else. But that's not an argument for the idea. That's just an argument for, I don't know, the necessity of human limitation.
There's an argument for the idea of first, you said I think you did a good job trying to stillman that, because you mentioned the fact that there's a season for everything. Now, the season for everything, it's fractal like everything else. So there's a season that of the zeitgeist that everyone sort of feels roughly. For example, during election season in America, there was a feeling in there that everyone could feel. But there's also individual seasons that people are going through in their private lives. And if you're in a season where you're coming out of a season of uncertainty, and that season of uncertainty had been damaging to your soul, and you found this truth of Christianity, and the propositions are sanctifying you. I think that's a plausible season that most Christians have been in. And I'm sure, knowing part of your story, that's something that you were in as well.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
the railing against Christian YouTube for being so preachy, and it's like that's I can see how you can go from the Great Commission to Christian YouTube.
Yeah, I can see it too. I guess it's more like one of these things of one of the quotes that I love to quote all the time is, God is he about whom we must never speak, and we must always keep speaking. And I think what that little aphorism is getting at is like, you know, what many Psalms and Proverbs and the whole Bible talks about constantly is like, who am I to approach God? Who am I to ever speak about God? Like, he is absolutely other in such a way that like it's almost nonsense to even try to talk about. But yet I think we still need to do that with the humility in knowing that we can never encapsulate God in some sort of propositional confessional mode. And I think actually that's what the incarnation is about, really, and showing that that's fractally true all the way down, because human beings are that way. That's what PBK is saying when he's like, if you treat someone as if you have them fully encapsulated and you know everything about them and you're arguing with them in a way, people don't like that. You know, people like, you don't know me, or you don't. A human being is infinite, and everything's infinite. Like, go into any topic and you'll just see infinities upon infinities upon infinities. And so, but we still need to talk about things. And so in the same way, I would say, while I acknowledge everything that you're saying, and that people can, Christian YouTube, and people can have certain staunch dogmatic ideas, people can have ideas about zero-sum colonizing ideological possession, and you can think that's right. It's within Christianity, it's within politics. Like, that's where we get the culture wars. Like, we need to eradicate everyone that disagrees with us. That's that girl. I mean, that's what that girl essentially thinks in that video where she's like dating that conservative guy. She's like, I hate him. Like, we need to get rid of everyone who disagrees with us. Didn't Destiny say something like that recently? Like, all Trump supporters should just be like, I hope he's being hyperbolic, but just killed. Like, I think it's okay that I say that's a bad idea. You know, while not excluding, yeah, my daughter's looking at me in horror. Yeah, because it's a horrific thing. But while not simultaneously excluding them. And I think this is where Christianity and martyrdom comes down to the rubber meeting the road. If at the end of the day, I'm not gonna get rid of you with violence. But if at the end of the day you decide to get rid of me with violence and not just words anymore, then so be it.
I think
Forbid me for not entering into the passion of my Lord, you know?
I think surely as Christians we should be able to give other Christians that are doing the Christian YouTube thing a bit of grace to assume that they're not they don't want to eradicate anyone that's not Christian. They just want everyone to be Christian. I think that's a more generous assumption for their motivation. It's not eradicating all Muslims. And also,
yeah, but I think that, but don't you think that means within ideological Christianity, that begs the question of what does it mean to be a Christian? And I think what it means for them is to propositionally hold all the same ideas that I have, which is why I'm calling it ideological possession. That's the whole point.
But that is also, like we both say, it's a part of the faith that's needed. Like, you don't just come to the faith. Most people don't come to the faith without having heard the gospel, unless you get a magical experience like the Apostle Paul did, but I'm sure even he knew of Christ. What I'm saying is like words, prepositions, those things you're referring to as dogma are an important part of knowing what is or isn't a Christian. And if you've discovered this truth and you're trying to be like Christ as best you can, you best hold on to the truth you've discovered. And if those truths come in the form of dogmatic doctrines, that seems like a good way of being Christian to me.
Yeah. No, and so this, I appreciate your pushback, and I think it's even helping me to see other things, because I'm actually trying to practice what I preach. Like in what you're saying, I'm trying to hear it and listen. Yes. I was just going to say, I'm waiting for Jed to come in, and then I can just let you guys talk. I want to talk to you a little bit, but then I can just let you guys talk and I can leave because I got to do other stuff.
And you can hear me okay? I'm going to give you one warning. I am under the weather, so I've got a little bit of the Dayquil in me.
No, I think you're coming through loud and clear.
Maybe just account for that. But anyway, yeah. What's up?
Have you been listening to what Tayo and I have been saying?
Yeah. So what's the, like, I mean, I've been so checked out of this little corner for like the last 6 weeks, just because life's been so busy. All this stuff sounds like Chinese to me. Like, what's the beef? What's going on? Like, I feel like I've missed something.
So, I mean, my whole monologue before Tayo came in was about, I mean, it's basically just me recapping things that I've found interesting lately, both in the corner. So that some of that was, so like this title is TLC is a space where intellectual metanoia is sacred. So Chad the alcoholic recently had a conversation with I think it was Clara, where he said that line. They were talking about like what is sacred. No, it was with Tayo. It was with you and Elizabeth Oldfield.
Yeah.
Where he was saying, she asked Chad what is sacred, and he's like, I think metanoia is sacred. And I was like, what a great line. Absolutely. Because transformation, change is sacred, which is actually really in line with what Father John Bear was saying about his new Gregor of Nyssa translation on Sam's channel, which is a fantastic conversation if you haven't heard it. I know you like Father Bear. And a lot of it is like ideological possession and politics versus what I see as true Christianity as forgiveness. So I quoted like George MacDonald, who says Jesus Christ is God's forgiveness, and that if we're called to embody Christ and to be Christ's body to the world and to fill up what's lacking of Christ's afflictions, then we need to be God's forgiveness to the world, which means we have to love our enemies. So what does that mean for ideological possession?
I think that's where I jumped in. And so let me play little devil's advocate here.
Okay.
And, I think, Luke, you and I we see eye to eye on a lot of things. So it's not, I'm not necessarily, I'm just having some fun here.
Yeah.
But like, why does loving your enemy make them cease to be your enemy?
Well, that was Nico's point, I guess. He said to love your enemies, you still have to have enemies.
Yeah, and I think that it's not to say like, I think it was I was like joking around with I think it was Mandy in here, like no, the point is to be mean to your enemies or something like that. No, I'm not saying that. Like the honest truth is I do think it's best to be loving and ironic and kind when we're interacting with people, but I don't think that that really puts us in a position where that can always make them not your enemy, right? And we could use extreme examples of that. If someone was like actively harming you or someone you love, you would rightly consider them your enemy. But what's loving action in those kind of situations, right? So I think the question is like, what does the relationship with the enemy look like? Not will that necessarily make somebody not the enemy?
Okay, what do you think that looks like for a Christian?
Nonviolence.
Yeah, agreed. So, like, I would say that's where you can still disagree with someone, but for the Christian, violence is not allowable.
Right. Well, and like, I think it's deeper than just that. I mean, I've been kind of on my little odyssey exploring the Dharmic traditions, like ahisma, like you're talking about not forcing people, like to not to seek to impose your will in such a way that you're doing something forceful to another. Now, there's varying degrees of what that looks like, but essentially it's like you're not, even at an intellectual level, you're not trying to commit the act of violence. I think that's, to me, that's what that means. But it doesn't mean that that person's not my enemy. It just means that I'm not going to commit violence, engage in harmful activity towards that person, or at least, at the very least, try to minimize that as much as possible, with the goal of non-violence.
Yeah, no, totally agree. Okay, sweet. Nico's here. I'm gonna bow out, guys, and just listen, but because I've said enough. But thanks for coming on. Appreciate. And Jed, we should again. This is like one of those things. Tayo was saying we need to talk to people we disagree with more, and I'm just like, Jed is like we agree on a lot of things, but like I would love to talk to you like once a week. But like we haven't had a conversation in.
I know. I miss you, dude.
It's flipping so
I
long.
just want to hug you right across the screen. It's been way too long.
Yeah, same. All right. I'm gonna listen in. See you guys.
Thanks, Luke.
Yeah.
Nick, I do want you to have the floor, but I wanted to push back a little bit, or better yet, get some clarification on what you were saying, Jed, about non-violence.
Yeah.
Not imposing your will on another. Is that sort of what you're getting at?
Right. So that's kind of a sliding category. Like for me, I would say at minimum commitment to physical nonviolence, right?
Mm-hmm.
But violence is in the question is like, in disagreeing with somebody, am I causing genuine, let's call it ontological harm? Am I bringing dishonor to somebody? Right. And I think that's the question, really. Like if I'm trying to get some traction here, I would say going back into the commandment and my old Reformed roots of like the good and necessary consequence of honor your father and your mother is you give honor to whom honor is due, and your enemy is due honor and respect. So I think that you have to operate within that guideline. So if you're engaging in severe action or extreme rhetoric towards your enemy, is it still in that spirit of respect for the person? Does that make sense?
Yes. But that's also a sliding scale, the respect, because there's a scenario where if someone is posing a threat to themselves or others, respecting them does not become the highest priority in
and to maybe to build off of that, because I think you're right, but I think what you're respecting is the image of God in the other. Right. So sometimes maybe that means you have to actively oppose the person because the image of God demands that in the person. But I mean, again, it's like I don't operate in that black and white category, except for I have, a commitment to nonviolence in terms of not physical force. But that's not, again, those are not exact. I mean, if somebody's throwing a punch, I'm going to probably try to dodge the punch, duck the punch, and put myself in a position where, can neutralize the force, but that's as far as I would go.
Nico, the floor is yours.
So, what about kids, for example? If a father punishes his kid, what's the term in English? Well, it's a physical punishment. Nothing harsh, just a little slap or something. Is that hating the image of God in their own offspring?
I mean, you're talking to a kid that was, I mean, practically speaking, no, not necessarily. I mean, I was spanked when I was a kid, and I love my parents. My parents love me. I don't think that that's the best way to go about discipline. But I think there does come a point where that spanking and that physical punishment can become excessive and quite harmful. But I just don't find it to be the most useful way to discipline children. If I don't have like a huge problem if somebody's going to swat their kid and, for trying to cross the street, run into the street or something like that, that's fine. But, I think there is a point where that's excessive. But I opt towards not punishing my kids in that way.
It's a kind of violence, I guess. Or would you disagree with it's a kind of violence?
Oh yeah, it is. It is a kind of violence. Look, and what I'm saying, like, we should be aspiring toward nonviolence in our action. We should not be aspiring toward violence. If that makes sense, like the commitment that we have, like there is some level of like, eating and consuming meat is at some level low level violence, right? I am a meat eater, so I'm not like an absolutist when I'm talking about a commitment to nonviolence, but let's just put it in very practical realms. I think that political violence, religious violence, any of those kinds of violences that are in the realm of ideology, that's where I have a huge problem with people engaging in violence of any kind whatsoever. If it's like self-defense, parenting, those kinds of things, that's a little bit messier. But when it comes to just these bigger reasons why, we tend to erupt into mass violence, which I think is a real threat in our time. I think a commitment to nonviolence is very important. So what degree and where do you land on that? I don't know.
Okay, I mean, that's understandable. This kind of political hysterics are quite the thing. But if you exist in a place where there is too much or too little, you have to find a point. Even if it is like it's not like a dogma. This is the point, and it's always here. But rather that it's you will judge where the point is in case by case basis. It's still a problem, even if it's not always in the same place. You will find yourself in a situation where you have to act and make the judgment if you're not going like completely non-violence, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then there is another point of this idea of aspiring to non-violence. So you want to be in a place where something like that doesn't happen.
Right.
Like that's the best outcome. That's the good thing to do. But that still leaves you with an interesting question, which is if somebody is going to be executed and you use force to rescue them, was that a bad thing to do because you used violence? In other words, is there a case where using violence is the good thing to do and not using it is the worst thing?
I mean, those are all like these are such interesting ethical questions, right? And I think that like maybe in our lifetimes we are presented with those kinds of scenarios where we have to, and I've been in positions where I've had to physically defend myself, right? So morning Sherry, morning Hezzy. So I think in that case, like honestly, it's like wisdom must be your guide, right? As a general rule, like generally speaking, that commitment to nonviolence, I think is generally the way we want. That space is where we want to live, right? And then where we're talking about these extreme examples, or should I spank my kids or should I not spank my kids, and those kinds of questions, I think wisdom has to guide us. right? And because there is a low level, well, violence is inherent to our existence as creatures, as finite creatures on this planet. Like, it just down at the cellular level, there's violence going on in my body right now because I'm fighting off a cold bug, so there's, it's like violence is part of this, is hardwired into the system, but the way in which we participate, I think we need to be just more aware of what we will and will not, should and should not participate in the realm of violence. And my concern in terms of like where we're at in our present time is, I think that there is a real threat of mass violence where people really lose their minds. And that's what I think needs to be avoided. And in the realm of, like, I don't know you, Nick, so it's like, but in the realm of like Christian witness, I think that must always be done in a context of nonviolence. I don't think there's any space for violence within that.
Here's the thing. I'd say that a lot of people would, guided by their own, I guess, instinct or whatever, would more or less agree with that. But here's the funny thing, is why is our reaction to this, everything is so polarized, people are so on the edge, about to launch into some kind of jihad. Why is our reaction to that that means that we have to retreat from the violence? Because maybe the retreating from the violence, it could increase the amount of violence in general. Like, for example, imagine that in that movie, Robocop, where the police would go on a strike, and then all of the criminals would come out. So if the police uses violence all the time, so then going on a strike wouldn't reduce the violence. It did increase it. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that notice this this reaction, how we can almost without realizing move into this position. But maybe the thing we want to avoid is this kind of fanatical violence, I guess.
Right.
Maybe to avoid it, it's something else.
Well, that's really interesting. Because like what you're saying, Nick, it reminds me of like it kind of inspires the thought that maybe like what you're driving at is that we need to be maybe more aware of the space that we occupy with relationship to that violence. Because like to try to withdraw from it, to try to disengage from the violence in some way of our time. And by the way, I just think it's a given that it's going to erupt at some point. Is how we can't necessarily escape it. So how do we occupy space in that space? I don't know if that's making any sense, but that's just as you're talking about it. I'm like, like what you're saying is like there's a degree of inevitability to some of this. So my mind is thinking, well, then what do you do? Like, how do you respond in an aware, from a place of awareness?
Well, yeah, it's maybe an inevitability, but and not so much, because if it's something that's inevitable, maybe you could go that it's not something that you can completely remove yourself from, but and that's an argument you could have. But there's also the other question for me is maybe you're right that this is a problem. Violence could rise up in a huge quantity. My complaint, I guess, is maybe what would stop that from happening is not this withdrawal and reduction of our own force, but the increase of it. Like, for example, think of a city, a big city, and something happens, and maybe there is a blackout, a long blackout. Maybe that's a call for an increase of force, not a decrease, because now a lot of people, almost by an influence that's beyond them, maybe there's a lack of groceries, and you have a lot of people in the city, and food starts right now. Or maybe there was a bunch of food that got spoiled because it was refrigerated, or something, or whatever. Now, let's consider the possibility that in order to have that ideal of having no violence, it would necessitate something else rather than that withdrawal.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Is like, I think that so I don't know how familiar you are with like Rene Girard and his theories of mimetic desire, but I think he had some very interesting things to say about the apocalypse, and essentially that we would do this to ourselves, and that we are rapidly approaching a time of where there's a social dynamic that he calls contagion, where violence is going to go unchecked until there's a sacrificial victim offered to quell the violence, right? So that's tied up in his theory, his mimetic theory of desire. But I think we're in that time of contagion where if we are playing into kind of a rivalrous framework, right? So I think where like the Christian concept of nonviolence or love of enemy is that it shifts the relationship between the enemy, between friend and enemy. It shifts it out of that realm of rivalry. We are no longer trying to conquer our enemy, right? They may remain our enemy, but in order to because if you're going to conquer your enemy, in some sense, like the ultimate goal is not the destruction of the enemy, right? The ultimate idea is a reconciliation, right? That we're aiming for. And so I think that like that conciliatory piece means that I may have to hold space in an uncomfortable situation with my enemy in order to show and demonstrate the love of God to my enemy in a way that maybe transforms and shifts the dynamic of the relationship between the enemy and myself. So that at some future point that may not yet be realizable, we will reconcile. So if you have a sense of like, this is a human being, this is an enemy that I know at some point I'm going to be reconciled to, it kind of takes, it reframes the way that you would, express enmity with somebody, the way that you would express, the way you would confront difficult conversations, the way that you would, engage in that realm of ideology. Like you're not trying to destroy your enemy.
Yeah. I don't know much about Rene Girard. It's just, YouTube videos, stuff like that.
Yeah.
The way I think about it is something like the chastising your brother who you disagree with. Okay. It's still your brother. You don't want something bad to happen to him.
Yeah.
But maybe he's doing something that's it's bad for himself. And you could be very harsh in your chastisement. Maybe you go even further because you see that he's not listening to reason, so maybe you need some even harsher methods. Or what if somebody you care about like in your family or something, comes in and they say, I'm planning to commit a murder or something, and I need your help, or some other thing. So it's a different way of intervening. That's how I think about it. But it's still an intervention. There's still a force applied there. And it could reach, I don't know what kind of levels of harshness. It could be very harsh. I don't know, what's it if your brother is like a mafia killer or something.
Right. And that's where it's like in those situations, like in that kind of a situation where, you know, the classic kind of ethical dilemmas where you have to prioritize one moral value over another moral value, maybe the life of a loved one over the safety of a stranger, right? That those times do happen. And, you know, my position is I'm not an absolutist when it comes to nonviolence, right? So I'm not a full-on pacifist. I do think that there are realms where, you know, physical force is, you know, unfortunate, but it needs to happen. But I think that those cases are vanishingly rare in most of our lives, and oftentimes can be de-escalated through other means. And, you know, the last means of, you know, that anybody should engage in for any reason is physical force, unless they're an extreme necessity. That's my position on it. And as a general rule, I think that, like, most of our life, where I think we fall into the trap of violence, let's just use it in our rhetoric and the way we speak with each other, is we can become extraordinarily dogmatic and escalate a conversation. Let's say I'm having a conversation with a loved one and we're having a disagreement. There may be something that I'm trying to protect that's deeper, that is more important to me than treating the person that I love well, right? So I'm going to say things that I would regret, or in a way I might regret them, right? Because there's a prior justification, like I'm justifying that kind of rhetorical force or violence because there's some other higher purpose that justifies it. I think that's the kind of stuff that we generally run into in the world today, is that kind of force, that kind of violence, where we're offensive, maybe sometimes unnecessarily. We are aggressive when maybe a more conciliatory approach would be more appropriate, right? So I think it's just that move to violence, that move to force, it's easy for us because it's effective often. It works.
I mean, it works in a way, and in other ways it fails. Just
You're absolutely right. That doesn't negate what you're saying at all.
But there are other things. In my experience, force or violence, whatever you want to call it, it's needed on a daily basis. Seeing how people behave, especially kids, misbehavior is a constant thing, and the moment you let bad behavior go unpunished, it's just going to call for an increase of it. But it's one thing when you have like, oh, I'm prioritizing this good over this person. So even though I love you, I'm going to oppose you because this thing is more important. But I'm more talking about when treating somebody you love with violence, it's not because you're choosing between two things. It's because that violence is for the good of that person. Like, for example, if somebody has a problem with drinking and you decide that enough is enough, and you go in there and you intervene. You throw away all of the drinks in the house or something.
Mm-hmm.
Not that you have to choose between two things, but rather than the force is done for their sake, which is not the same.
Well, I mean, and this is where when you're getting into the depths of this ethical question, like you're going to always end up in a game of qualification when you're asking about, like, is there a time where that use of force, and that would be a use of force, right? You're exerting force on another for their good, at least what you perceive to be their good. Is that the wrong thing to do? I think you got to take a step back and look at kind of there is an element of there's an element where you're correct that there's an inevitability of force and violence as a dynamic in our daily lives, right? That's absolutely true. I think, but as you're talking, I'm like, well, where, because there is something transcendent that, like, I think we all are actually kind of longing for that isn't in that realm of violence, and that interplay between, basically having to exert force to experience peace. So war and peace are kind of always in this dialectical relationship. We want something above that and beyond that. And I think that the principle there that's different is, I think of like the way that organic life there's a violent element to it, right? And there's a zero-sum element to it, and then there's a non-zero-sum element to life. And I think that the higher life is reflected in that non-zero-sum way, like the non-zero-sum way, whether that's symbiotic relationships in biology, cooperative relationships on the social level, like the non-zero-sum is where we want to be, right? And where we should be aspiring to go, and avoiding those or the zero-sum kind of interactions, because if in a zero-sum interaction, there's always loss involved. There's always a loss involved. If you are going to dump out your loved one's liquor, there's going to be loss involved. I guarantee it. I've been the guy on the receiving end of that, by the way. It doesn't go well. Usually, like, addicts like us, if we want to get into recovery, we have to make the decision ourselves. And usually all the person who's dumping the liquor out of the alcoholics, out of the house is going to create a condition where a fight's going to happen. Right. But I understand why somebody would do it. Right. But so the non-zero sum stuff, or the zero sum kind of approach, is where you have to realize that if you're going to engage in zero-sum relations of any kind, from low-level violence all the way to, physical violence, physical force, there's a loss that will be involved. There's a price that has to be paid for that. Yeah, sure. Nick and I are just kind of, we got into this fun topic. If you want to jump in, feel free. But anyway, what were your thoughts there, Nick?
I just was trying to take in what you said. And if you want to engage in violence, there is a payment, a loss, there is damage. Here's the thing. What about choosing not to do violence, and there being a loss for that? Because I can think of a few examples where for there to not be any force, there were bad consequences afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, play with it.
At least in my experience, for example, in schools, there are kids with bad behavior, and it goes unpunished, and pretty soon after, the behavior just escalates and becomes more and more extreme in reaction to the not being any punishment. I remember there was a case that became newsworthy a few years ago about a kid with around like 11, 12, something like that, maybe a little younger, that he became known in the news because there was footage of him on a motorbike eluding the police. He was stealing, and the chase, it was quite it was almost like out of a movie. This kid really knew how to ride a bike, and he knew how to ride the bikes because he was basically a professional thief. And the take they had on the news was that what have we come to, that this is what this kid does. His deal is stealing bikes. He steals the bikes, he rides it, and he avoids the police. And he had become quite proficient at it. So the news reporters managed to track down the kid, and one of the reporters went up to the kid that was just there in the streets because he couldn't be incarcerated, so he had no problem of being right out in the open. And he basically did like a very short interrogation. And basically the reporter at one point says, "But don't you understand what could happen if you do this?" And then the kid basically said, What's going to happen? What? And the reporter then asked back, "I don't know what." And he said, "Nothing. Nothing's going to happen." And he was right.
Yeah.
He could steal all he wanted. If they catch him, they have to let him go. If they don't catch him, he gets the bike and makes some money. There was also the danger of, in the very reckless way he was driving those bikes in order to avoid the police, that he would crash and die. And that was a pretty exemplary case of something like that happening. But in certain areas or for certain groups in my country, that is pretty common.
Which country are you from, by the way?
I'm from Argentina.
Argentina. Oh, cool. That's the place I want to visit someday. I've long seen pictures in magazines of Argentina, like very beautiful place. Well, and like as you're talking about that, it's like I think in each of these cases, it's like, we're trying to find that line of where is force and violence justified or not. And I think there's a level, like I was talking about, that transcendental longing for some sense where force or violence is completely unnecessary. I think we have an element, we all experience that, the desire for peace, where force is unnecessary. But I think that there's also a connective tissue issue that we're missing here, is that when, like in Jesus's teachings of love your neighbor as yourself, if you put a little bit of a dharmic spin on that, like the neighbor is the self. You share the same selfhood, right? So any kind of loss that you're admitting through the use of force, it's ultimately going to be something that you as a person will have to reckon with that, right? There's a reckoning of, did you sometimes you made the wise and the right choice in exercising force, right? And I'm saying, yes, there is always the possibility of that, but we must always understand that when we choose to do so, we're choosing to do so at a significant loss, right? But sometimes a necessary loss. So that's where it's like I try not to be an absolutist, but I think as a general rule, like the general ethic of nonviolence is I think the preferable ethic, right? And realistically, like there would be times where if you used an absolute commitment to nonviolence, you could end up committing a greater evil, right? Where there may be a point where you have to intervene in that way. I understand that, but I think the general commitment to nonviolence it generally will lead you to the right decisions. There may be that place where you have to, in an extreme case where you need to exert force in that way. But as a general rule, that's the tool of last resort, in my opinion. Did we have other people that wanted to jump in as well? By the way, I didn't. Nick and I are having a great time talking here, but you guys are all free. I can put the link in the thing here. I apologize, guys, for being a bad host.
It's pinned on Luke's channel and then on Grail Country.
Oh, and Grail Country. Okay, so this is on both Luke's and okay. I didn't realize I hijacked Luke's channel. I feel like that's a lot of power, Luke. Like, do you really trust me with that, dude?
We could say anything.
We could start talking about the weirdest stuff. Like, I heard a story that Luke Thompson has converted from Orthodoxy to a different kind of Orthodoxy. He's now an Orthodox Presbyterian, and will be devoting the rest of the Luke Thompson YouTube channel will be devoted to the advocacy of Calvinism in every form. I love you,
Calvinism forever. Your religion, my Calvinism.
Oh man, yeah. And by the way, Nick, what's your background? I've never met you, and you've never met me, so I know nothing about you. What is your connection into Grail Country, and how did you get interested in joining these conversations?
I got here through PVK.
Okay.
And I found PVK through Peterson, and I found Peterson through what's the name?
Vervaeke?
Gamergate.
Okay.
And I found Gamergate because I watch YouTube in English.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. I guess I'm a Catholic, I guess.
Okay.
I live in Argentina. It's kind of like a Catholic country, but it's basically secular. Everything's secular over here. Modern secular.
And like in terms of like your is your relationship to Catholicism as a devout Catholic or as kind of more cultural Catholic or something in between?
Yeah, maybe not even a cultural Catholic, because that would imply that you were raised in that culture and then later on that you didn't take it too seriously. It's more of a modern secular culture that goes to church on the weekends, and now not even that.
Like in the holidays, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know about holidays. I think people think that holidays are a day where they get to do nothing, and that's what a holiday means.
Gotcha.
But maybe a thing you could find interesting is the secularity over here is kind of different from I found on the Anglo countries, because as far as I can see, there are like two instantiations of liberalism, I guess. You have the Anglo stuff and the French stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And when the revolution came over here, it was the French influence that won out.
Okay.
And then we got a bunch of French architects to come here. And now we have the Latin American Paris over here.
In Buenos Aires, yeah.
Yeah. But the thing about the French style is that it's very in your face. There is none of this, oh, you are free to express yourself, find your own truth. Everybody has their own path. No. Over here, there is only one way, and that's called, it's basically the secular progressive way. And you better follow that or else.
Okay.
And it's going to be in your face. There is going to be statues everywhere. And God have mercy on you if we catch you doing something religious where you shouldn't.
Okay.
Because we will really come down on you. And if we find that you're not being progressive or secular enough, that's going to become a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You better love liberalism with all your heart. And you better be doing things for liberalism or progressivism or whatever you want to call it. Or at least that was kind of the attitude in, let's say, the beginnings of the 20th century, maybe a little earlier too. Yeah, a little earlier than that. And it's kind of been mellowing out ever since. And now it's like a mild attitude. I guess it's kind of like what's the expression? Ennui, they say. It's kind of an ennui attitude.
Okay. So
we still have all of the holidays and all of the statues and the stuff, but
like an extreme kind of disillusionment almost. So I'm curious though, Nick, because like I don't know a ton about Argentinian politics, but I do know that they've, the recent election of Milei. I think that, how do I say his name? Milei? Is that his name? Milei. Right. What is he like? And I don't know much about him other than I know that he's self-proclaimed kind of libertarian. Is that represent a kind of reaction against that progressive dogmatism? Is that kind of why he kind of has emerged? And I know so little about Argentinian politics, so
yeah. Basically, it's a reaction. It's like a 20-year-long reaction.
Okay.
We are very. Well, we're not that progressive, but we are very socialist. We like our public health and public schooling and public this and public that and public retirement. Retirement is managed by the state. So we're very socialist. And Milei is basically like a very frothing at the mouth kind of reaction to that. It's basically free market all the way.
Gotcha.
That's his attitude. That's his shikal, and that's what he's doing now.
Interesting. Well, Sherry, so good to see you this morning.
Good to see you too. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Okay, can I just need to go grab my Nicorette. I'm really fiending for some nicotine here, so I'm just going to grab that real quick. And then,
no worries. Hi, Nico.
Hey, Sherry.
Okay. All right, be the devil. Go ahead, Sherry.
Well, I just, I've been mulling over the Christian civilization conversation in the Erasmus lecture by Paul Kingsnorth.
Mm-hmm.
And like, was it Nate said something about Christian civilization is an oxymoron, which I agree with.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And at the end of the thing for my last word, I said, this is about the title of this talk is Christian civilization against Christian civilization, not against civilization. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jason.
Hey, how's it going?
The thought that was running around in my head while you guys were talking about nonviolence, and not to beat on a dead horse or anything, but maybe this will broaden the topic. Is this a result of Christian civilization? Because it seems to come from an ascetic posture. Like, I know historically speaking, a lot, at least for Celtic Christianity, a lot of the monks were ex-warriors. They were just traumatized and done with killing things. Right? And so they made a life, they became monastics. And I'm sure for them personally, it was a part of their own healing, right? To be a monastic.
Well, St. George, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, tons of them,
Yeah.
just so many, even Columba.
Yeah.
He was,
yeah.
And he was very, very nonviolent, like to the point where, and then of course, this is where the whole vegan thing comes in. Even for the monastics. Right. So, and I, like when it comes to the topic of veganism and nonviolence to animals, which there's one of them right there laying on the floor. When you live on a farm, you're just doing violence on a regular basis. But you got to do it with a sense of responsibility, right? And so what comes in for me is the different kinds of love that we exercise. Okay, let me put it this way. I heard a really great rabbi, I can't remember his name now, but he talked about the 2 commandments to Adam, to tend and to dominate. Tend the garden and have dominion, right? And they have, the way he explained it, it was a lengthy talk, actually. But essentially, he said they have to be in service to one another. The tending and the dominion, right? They're not separate entities; like they're in relationship to each other. And that seems to be how it feels when you live on a farm. Like in the chat, I wrote, I have to enact violence on like 8 roosters out there in the chicken coop in the next few days. And the reason it's not done is because I don't want to do it. Right? Like, I don't want to do it. But not to do it is to also enact violence, which was what Nico was talking about. Right? Like so I had a neighbor recently who didn't want to do the violence. So she took the animals and threw them out in the woods somewhere in a field and just abandoned them to Mother Nature, right? Which for the rest of the neighborhood was an act of violence against those animals, right? So, like, it feels to me like this is a very subjective thing, and it has to be decided on a personal basis, right? That's why, like, all the examples, like I guess I have an aversion to blanket statements.
Well, and I know that, Sherry, and I appreciate that about you. So let's play with this a little bit more, because you said something that really stuck out. And I think, like, we should just change the name of this conversation to a discussion on the force card and the meditations on the tarot.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, actually.
Right. So you said something that's really important. and I absolutely agree with this, I just don't know how it's going to get applied so differently, is you're saying, like, let's just strictly as a farmer, you are taking responsibility for violence.
Right.
You're taking responsibility for the force you exert on the animals that you tend and care for, which if one has a badly broken limb, that might mean a bullet to the back of the head. Right. So,
or if they enact violence against me, like if they knock me down and go after me with their horns, like they're getting a bullet too, right?
Right. So there's a sense of, and I completely respect that. I think that what that entails, though, because that's at that point you are wielding force, is you're taking responsibility for force, and oftentimes we don't take accountability for the force we exert in the world.
That's good, yeah.
And this is where I think it becomes very important in our time, because I feel very strongly about this, like especially in the realm of Christian witness, what it means to be Christian in the world.
Right.
This is where it's very important to me, is we will face judgment. If you exert force, you are going to be evaluated on the basis of which you use that force. You will stand before God with that. You have to take that level of responsibility, which means that connection to divinity, the connection to God, intimate connection to God that gives you wisdom to know when force is appropriate and when it's not appropriate, becomes exceedingly important. And you also have to be aware of the tendency towards self-deception. That oftentimes we think we're vindicated in our anger, in our use of force in such a way that we will justify something in our own minds that we're going to answer for, and it won't be pleasant. And I think that this is where and it ties into your idea, like your general. I didn't catch a ton of those conversations, but I'm probably more with you and Nate, just in terms of where I land on that question, is there is going to be a violent outbreak in defense of Christian civilization. We're standing on the brink of that, and it can only emerge within the contradictions that are inherent within Christian civilization itself.
Yeah. So here's the other
is the critique I would level at Christian civilization is this is what is ultimately being judged in our time.
Right. Okay. So here's another dimension to the topic. There was this dichotomy, like, okay, so I've heard it said, maybe I'm wrong about this, but you can correct me if I am, that Christianity was more of a urban phenomenon in the beginning. Okay. And those who lived outside of the city were, given names like pagan and heathen, right? And over time, as Christianity grew within the urban setting, it took the mandate to evangelize seriously, and basically became colonizers. Like, I actually see quite a very closely linked relationship to colonizing and Christianity, actually. Right, to go out and make disciples. So and Chris Green used the example of how some people would take "Thy kingdom come" as an inspiration to war, for example, right? And I think that historically speaking, if you're not a Christian, that's what Christianity looks like for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So the question really is, can you let people not be Christian?
And is not Christian occupy a space within the kingdom?
That too. Yeah. And then of course, what is it? What is Christian? And that's why I asked, is this a result of Christian civilization? Do you get my logic? there.
Right. And I think, and I'll say one thing, and then I tend to blab so much.
No, go.
Oh, thank you. My fiance is offering me another cup of coffee, so I'm going to take that.
So there you go.
But
and if you need to take a smoke break, go for it.
I got the Nicorette. I've been off of the. I'm giving my lungs a little bit of a break here. It helps when I surf, like it just keep the lungs clear.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I just lost my train of thought while I was
Christian civilization.
Yeah, so this is what I was wanting to get at. Is I think we lost the script when we became a Christian civilization. It's like we overcame empire and we didn't know what to do, so we joined it. And the legacy of Christianity has been haunted by that specter ever since. I think where we were at our best is when we were an apocalyptic community and apocalyptic agents.
Yeah.
And I mean that as agents of revelation in the world.
Right.
Like we're apocalypsing the divine presence in the world in a unique way as Christians, with a unique understanding because of the incarnation and because of the cross. Like these are things that it's reflective even in Christian civilization. It's there, it's present because that's the kingdom, right? But I think Grizz, yes. Essentially, like this is the model. What's modeled by Christ is he suffers under the tyranny of of misplaced leadership by Rome, which is the civic and the religious authorities of his day. Right? He ran afoul of both, and instead of engaging violently, he suffered violence. And I think that's what his call is to the Christian. I think that's the call, and I think that there is a profoundly nonviolent call in the book of Revelation to Christian witness. And so that's the point where it's like there will be a radical defense of this Christian civilization, but civilization at its heart, if we go back and we look at what civilization is, it's founded on an act of violence. That's right back into Rene Girard again. And Christianity or the Christian movement founded by Christ, right, is an act of self-sacrifice. As opposed to taking life, it's giving of life. The paradigm is different. And so I think
that's the point Nico was making, and that's the point I was making about the rooster. And Jason, I want you to go next. Is if I take their lives, I'm actually giving life in other places, right? Not to take their life is to actually take life. So anyway, go ahead, Jason.
Well, I guess just to add to what you just said, it reminded me of the when you were talking about living on a farm and stuff. It reminded me of I put it in the private chat of the Golden Key, where she goes into that lady's house and the lady says, "In fairyland," resumed the lady as they sat down at the table, "the ambition of the animals is to be eaten by the people, for that is their highest end in that condition. But they are not therefore destroyed. Out of that pot comes something more than the dead fish you will see."
Yeah, exactly.
So, but I guess I personally am very hesitant to lean really hard one way or the other. I mean, like I said, I was saying this morning, I guess it's safer to err on the nonviolent side than the violent side. But then I still wonder, what do we do with things like Ecclesiastes, where there's a time for war, a time of peace? And I'm also wondering about the way you asked the question, Sherry, like, can people be not Christian? And it makes me think of Jesus says, if you don't forgive, you won't be forgiven. And so there seems to be this tension in that, where it almost feels violent to me. Like it's almost forceful, if that makes sense.
Totally.
Like if you, and so it seems to me there's like some sort of violent force of God that's like still within, I don't know if it's even to say it's within compassion is the right thing, because it is, It's a burning bush, right? The burning bush is on fire, and fire is just kind of like this consuming passion. So there is this weird sort of like what feels to me like at least similar to violence or passion or something like that.
Yeah.
Creation can be very violent.
Go ahead, Nico.
Just that creation can be very violent.
Well, what came to my mind was for the sociology class that I took with Michael Martin. I think it was sociology. We read a piece on the divine feminine by Teilhard de Chardin. I should actually look it up and read it. But it's written in the first person from the divine feminine, and she says that if it hadn't been for Christ, she would have appeared evil. Right? That and that is the let me find it. You guys go ahead and talk.
Well, Sandy, you got anything? Good to see you.
Still recuperating.
Sorry.
Should be at work. It's my usual song. I understand violence and non-violence. I understand all of those things, but the application, and I saw Anselman asking for scriptures. But like I don't get the expectation portion of the Christian link. Like this morning I was reading C.S. Lewis and was listening to C.S. Lewis and reading through on Repentance by Rabbi Soloveitchik, both where they're talking about glory. And I'm struggling with some of it because, like so many, our concept of things is so different. I popped in the chat earlier, even birth is a violence. Every single thing in life, like the world came out of chaos. We can't not have some aspect of violence. And I guess what I've been really struggling with the last year or two is how easily we point to an answer that's given to us on a regular basis. Maybe I haven't spent enough time really digging through things just because I wanted to dig through them to get a clear understanding. Mostly I will try my best to follow what I'm being told in life. Excuse me. And that hasn't necessarily worked out so well. Making hard decisions about violence seems to me a heck of a lot easier in my context than trying to pull all the correct passages and quotes and like all the stuff together. I don't get it. I don't get how easy it is for people to say, this has all been done for you. Your job is gratitude. Because no, I mean, that's not what I'm actually seeing on the day-to-day. It's more the hard decisions on the ongoing basis. It's more the checking myself, deciding whether I'm in line with what I'm saying that I believe or not. But trying to pull that into a place where I'm actually having conversations with it. I find that I'm having conversations with people who weren't the average everyday people in my church. You guys have spent more time on some of the history of it. I mean, Sherry, you can quote a billion things and you call references to mind. I tend to struggle through things in real time and my memory doesn't necessarily retain them. It's not senility. It's an old thing. Sorry, I'm trying to enact some violence on my hair because I've been working at this massive tangle for 3 days because I refuse to give myself a buzz cut. I don't know, like I'm just kind of throwing that in there as like, I've been listening to everybody on at least 3 to 5 channels for 2 years. This isn't that much clearer for me. Like I haven't come to a resurrection. Damn, my ex used to say, sometimes you want to be you want reconciliation, but you just can't have it. And I think I feel that way about some of the stuff that leads up to the stuff I'm struggling with in the conversation. And I have no voice, apparently. So,
well, I mean, you can.
To kind of connect what you're saying to, I think Anselman he's got a point. I want to give him his point is well taken. You use the example of birth and that there's an inherent violence that's kind of hardwired into creation at some level. And I think the scriptures do speak to that. So Romans 8 speaks to that the world was subject to futility, right? And it awaits this greater revelation of the children of God, right? And that there is a point where there is a certain futility that is hardwired into our current existence that is going to admit that violence, but it's also something that seems to be a subject of tremendous judgment, right? So whether we take the divine commandment to not kill, right? So one of the 10 commandments, or we look at the divine judgment of the flood, as the story comes to us in scripture, was enacted because of human violence. And so I think that the problem of violence is something that Jesus is coming to solve that, but the way he's exercising power and the way he's exerting force is counterintuitive, right? He is, in a sense, committing an act of spiritual violence. He's completely overtaking the structure of reality and what he's doing on the cross, because he's showing that the paradigm is now no longer the exertion of force upon the other through an act of violence, but the willingness to suffer under that act of violence righteously. And I think that that's where I would say, I think that the call that scripture that I generally see in scripture to just, to speak a little bit more to Anselman, is that we have a responsibility in our relationship to violence to remain upright and to remain just. And that is a very explain a little bit more on that, I guess.
I was literally thinking the same thought. That's why I highlighted that.
Well, it's a different. It's introducing a different operating system, right?
Well, it's a colonizing thing again,
right.
like in a way.
But it's a systemic takeover. That's what it was. It was an invasion, an intrusion from heaven down to earth. There is divine warfare going on there, but it's on a different paradigm.
The one thing I want to say to Anselman is the reason I didn't use scripture is because that felt violent. Because here's the thing. You can use scripture to support nonviolence, and you can use scripture to support violence. So what do you want me to do? Pick your side or mine or someone else's side? Because then I'm on a side, right? But I just wanted to read this quickly from Teilhard de Chardin. He says, this is the divine feminine speaking. Why, O men, why do you halt in the task of hard-won purification as a summons to which my beauty was made? I am essentially fruitful. That is to say, my eyes are set on the future, on the ideal. The moment you try to pin me down to possess me in some complete form, you stifle me. What is more, you distort, you reverse, as you would a geometric pattern, my nature. Since the true balance of life forces you continually to ascend, you cannot set me up as a lifeless idol to cling to without falling back. Instead of becoming gods, you revert to matter. As soon as you fold your wings around me and you follow matter in its descent, for what drives matter down is the sterile union of its elements in which each neutralizes the other. What you are grasping is no more than matter, for matter is a tendency, a direction. It is the side of the spirit that we meet as we fall back. And your fall accelerates at a terrifying speed, as fast as the widening of the gap between your real appetites and the ever lower forms in which you seek for me. And when you, who are but dust, reach the term of your efforts, it is but dust that you embrace. The more, O men, you seek me in the direction of pleasure, the farther you will wander from my reality. The flesh in truth, which operates as the pull of evil between you and the lower multiple, that reversed image of God, is no more than my inverted semblance, floating over an abyss of endless dissociation, that is, of endless corruption. For a long time, lacking the skill to distinguish between the mirage and the truth, has not known whether he should fear me or worship me. He loved me for the magic of my charm and my sovereign power. He feared me as a force alien to himself, and for the bewildering riddle I presented. I was at once his strength and his weakness, his hope and his trial. It was in relation to me that the good were divided from the wicked. Indeed, had Christ not come, man might well have placed me forever in the camp of evil. There's a tension that has to be held. And that's really all I wanted to come in here and say. and that's why I use my roosters as an example, right? My roosters are still alive because I'm under so much tension. I don't want to kill my roosters. But the tension dwells in the fact that if I don't kill my roosters, I kill my roosters. Right? I can't keep all those roosters in a small space together for the whole winter without them killing each other violently. So I have to kill them. It's terrible. And this is where the vegan thing falls apart for me, because I had lots of vegans staying with me through the woofing program, and they wouldn't eat my eggs, and they wouldn't drink my milk, and they wouldn't eat my meat. But I said to them, well, do you think that any of these animals are treated badly? No, Sherry, no. I mean, you're so good with your animals, And I said, well, then, but if I kept them all, they would die. They would starve to death. They would kill each other. So I have to kill them, right? And I'm not trying, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying we have to kill each other in order to keep peace. That's not what I'm saying. But there's a total tension. And I think, I know in the Orthodox Church, I don't know what it's like in the Catholic Church, but in the Orthodox Church, if a man goes to war, he can't take communion. I don't know. I think it's at least a year, might be longer. But he's welcome into the assembly. He's welcome to worship with everyone, but he can't take communion. And it's not a penance. It's because he needs to be healed from that violence. Right? And the healing has to happen in that place of tension where something is denied and something else is allowed to be. So, and that's why I think Chardin says that Sophia would have been put in the camp of evil had it not been for Christ. He goes on to describe her saying, Christ left me my jewels, right? The gems, the things that really shine, that attract our eye. So, yeah. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I have to go and tend to my flock.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Sherry. We appreciate it.
So, remind me what dropped us into the word violence, because I'm looking up what's the difference between force and violence. And one of the sources says that violence is sort of basically misapplied force, so that it's for destruction or something. So what is it about violence? Like why that? Like, are we against force? Are we against sometimes the worst violence that my ex would show against me were the most quietest, seemingly, controlled words that anybody else could look at if they were just watching and think, what the heck is your problem? Why are you upset by him? I'm struggling with the fact that violence is something that we have a perception of. Force is something we have a perception of. Like, what is the I guess that's what I'm saying with the whole, I'm trying to place, because I'm still trying to place myself in my Christian context from my whole life. We learn Jesus.
I guess the crucifixion comes first.
Nick, could you expand on that? Because I think that's a good way to continue the conversation. It's open-ended. I don't think that any of us are driving at a hard conclusion here. I mean, I'm certainly not trying to.
Well, Sandy is asking why violence. Could be something else. That why pay so much attention to that? We said before that violence is just a thing of life. It's everywhere. It happens all the time. So what's the big deal, right? So I can't give an answer. I'm just wondering. Maybe it's because of the crucifixion. Maybe that's the first and most salient thing. Why paying so much attention to violence? Because from what I understand, one of the notable things about the crucifixion was that Christ is innocent, and yet he was punished.
I don't know. I'm still kind of drawn back to that. I guess the aspect of because like I've said before, my whole theology is based around forgiveness. So I still feel like there's something in that is extremely violent. I don't know. I guess extremely violent. I guess I'll use those words because I mean even with there's parts in the scriptures that a lot of times I think we just kind of want to ignore or throw out because we don't know how to take them. Like in Kings, when Solomon becomes king, and then it's like all of a sudden he just starts killing people. And then in Revelation too, it looks like an incredibly violent book. Now, it seems like all Apocalypse looks very violent, but if God is one thing, like if monotheism is true and there is just some one thing that creates life in this world, then it's like that thing it feels to me to have some sort of violent force to it. Otherwise, there's just absolute nothingness. Like there has to be, and maybe that is.
Did we define what we mean by violence yet?
No, I don't.
I feel like it involves some intent to harm. That to me is what would distinguish violence from force.
Okay.
But if God is love, then though he may use force, I don't know if that's violent. It can be perceived as violent by us. Can perceive him as malevolent. But I think for God to be who he is, I don't think he can actually be malevolent. But it is, there's a certain extent to which perception is reality for us, and that's God's own will. So there's in that sense, there's a very real sense in which God is violent toward us.
At times. This morning when I was reading the on repentance, I bookmarked a page to look at alongside of the Lewis book because it made a reference to the rainbow, and it was talking about I jumped in right in the middle. To do it justice, I'd have to go back and read the whole section. But why I bookmarked it was saying, if all we see is the rainbow, oh, isn't that pretty colors? Oh, this or that, and we don't see the glory of God. And I suppose I was thinking, and the fact that the rainbow came after the violence to say, this I'm not going to do again. I will not destroy the whole earth again. And maybe that's why I'm pointing a little bit at what does this mean in terms of, you can read all the scriptures that you want, but what is our relationship to? Do we just see what's in front of us, or do we see something do we see I'm in my mind, I'm looking at it now at the moment under those two books, looking at the context of glory. What does that mean? I mean, God is all powerful. I'm walking in a place where I've spent my entire life in a Christian church, and I'm now spending a lot of time asking what some of the Jewish take is on it. My partner was Jewish, the one who died, and very violent death, sadly. And I have to look and say, there is something in everything, in the everyday and in the ongoing, that makes sense. There is. The one thing I've held to my whole life is the importance of holding on to God. So if I'm upset by some of this, if I'm still working out how to disengage myself from past trauma or from other things, and if the word violence somehow represents that, or even the word forgiveness, which could also be, what is my relationship to it? I'm kind of going, what are, besides just pointing at the scriptures, what are we actually pointing at?
Well, I think, Sandy, as I'm kind of reflecting on the whole of the conversation that I've participated in so far, the thing that I find difficult in these kind of conversations is I find them constantly, and it's an inherent frustration that I bring to the conversation. It could be a weakness of mine, fine, but I think that we're constantly looking at that question of when is violence okay, right? I think that's inherent in this conversation, is when is violence okay? And there's something about that makes me personally uncomfortable. And I'm just kind of open book here, is that I think that it's oftentimes it's a fig leaf. It's a convenient cover for sometimes our inherent desire to be violent, to justify violence itself. And I find that piece personally troubling, because when I am a participant in these conversations, hey, when is it okay for me to do this and not that? And I think that, inherent in this is this kind of reality that, also within the context of the conversation, obviously we live in a violent world, right down to the way biological nature works. There's something uncomfortable about that. And I think we have that, like Sherry was talking about, is we have to exist within that tension. And I think that the tension of the question is really appropriate here. But my skew towards the nonviolence piece, at least in a limited scope, is that it's a very practical concern. I think that we're in a period of history where, whether it's state-sponsored violence or stochastic, random violence that we see maybe in school shootings or those kinds of things, is there seems to be it's the quick tool that we turn to resolve problems and conflict, when I think a conciliatory approach is far more appropriate. And we're going to, like the scriptures say, you reap what you sow. If you're sowing violence, you're going to reap a whirlwind eventually, right? And we're going to end up in a situation where, like that Hobbesian idea of the war of everyone against everyone, the war of all against all. And so even like Anselm's question here about have we studied, has anybody studied just early Christian reactions to warfare, that kind of stuff? That's a mixed bag. Christians have historically been all over the map on this and continue to be all over the map on this. But we're going to have to deal with it. And my general sentiment here is that we should seek to be peaceable in all things. We should be seeking peace in our action. We should be seeking to be upright in our action in the world. And that's not always easy. That means that there's always going to be counterfactuals that we're going to have to consider. But is our posture, am I looking to justify violence in some way? And that to me is the problematic side of the question, is like, well, when is it okay for me to do something that will bring harm to someone else? And it's just an uncomfortable question. So I that's where I want to like kind of echo like the sense that I feel that you're bringing in is like, hey, these are hard questions for me to get my mind around. And I'm like, I want to affirm like, yeah, I agree. But I also think that,
but to me, violence isn't always against the other. After my ex's fifth stroke, even before that, like I was taking our son to see him. I was asked by the group home to step in to do things. There is a way in which, and I'm sick for my fourth time this year. He died in February. I was sick after he died. I was sick when my partner Jack died. 3-year anniversary. I was sick again when we buried my ex, and I'm sick now after a funeral from a friend. Something in it's violence. It's not the kind of violence we think. That's what I'm saying is, do we know what we're talking about with violence? Because violence is a part of even this. It's kind of like sick sleep, and braided hair didn't help one little bit. It's not that I want to justify violence against someone else for malicious reasons, because I'm peeved, because I'm angry. I'm just not a nice person.
Right.
That's not what I'm asking about. I'm just, I guess, asking, is peace always without violence? Like when we talk about Jesus on the cross, does the fact that Jesus went to the cross mean therefore there is no more violence? Or does it mean, I mean, even the resurrection is a violent event. Somebody throws back the stone. I mean, I can't imagine coming from 3 days dead to be something that's peaceable. It just, I just can't. You know, like, what is it? Like, I ask really weird, hard questions of myself. And unfortunately, I guess I'm asking them here too. So why do I get the feeling that when I listen to a lot of these kinds of talks, we don't want to say, here are the ways in which violence, that which is chaotic, maybe it's chaos, I don't know, are something that we are actually meant to deal with on an ongoing basis, whether it's in forgiveness, whether it's in, like whatever we do. Driving is violent, I mean, everything that we encounter in life brings some aspect of whatever this thing is we're talking about into the fore. And I think there's ways I want to say, sometimes I just need to deal with the violence. I don't sound like a good Christian when I'm saying, I'm sorry, Jesus didn't fix that for me 2,000 years ago. I still need to engage it today. That's mine to do. I have to. I have to figure out the whole, I'm fighting off a sickness. Am I passively allowing it? No, I am resisting this thing. What is this thing? And does Jesus come to redeem this part of who we are somehow? Is there some way in which there's good to this? Like Sherry's talking about, you can't just say, like if you didn't choose to own and husband animals on a farm, you would not need to engage in that violence, but it doesn't mean that your peace was their lack of violence. That's what she's pointing at.
Mm-hmm.
So, and kind of, I feel like maybe I'm being a little unfair because I'm thinking about this, but yeah, it came up under, that whole love your neighbor thing. And I think even loving my neighbor is at times violence, because the violence I'm experiencing is internal because of the things I'm wrestling with. When people talk about this battle and stuff. So I'm like, are we just saying no to violence, or are we actually saying this is something important to recognize as a part of? And I'm probably just confusing it.
Right. So, well, let me draw a distinction then, because I think it gets to where what I am, and I'm kind of not trying to speak to, is I think what you're speaking to is like our personal experience with violence and how do we navigate that. And that is a difficult and a thorny question, and there aren't easy answers there. Right. But I see some of the comments in here that are related specifically to the question of war and peace. And I think of that in terms of war and peace in our own time. And my position is that it is a catastrophic lack of leadership and a fundamental stupidity that is leading us to the precipice of untold violence in our time. That there will be all kinds of justifications for. But at the end of the day, like I've seen in the comments, and guys, I'm not going to show them all just because there's been a lot spoken on that, is that I have a real problem with the idea that we will be fighting in engaging in human violence at scale and at a terrifying scale if the current conflicts in the world are any indication of what's coming. We'll be fighting that for the interests of people who are rich and powerful, and that will be essentially pawns in that game. And to me, like the answer for me is no, I'm not. I'm willfully not going to participate in that. I will certainly be affected by it. I think we all are going to be affected by what I think is coming, right? And what I think we're standing on the edge of. And unfortunately, I don't see any responsible leadership in the world that's pulling us back from that precipice at all. And so to me, like that's where, and that does get bound up into questions of like religious questions of, is there a religious justification? Because those things will be used, those positions and poles of power will be used to leverage people into violence that I think is foolish for us to engage in, that's ultimately destructive of the human community. So to me, that's where my position on nonviolence, that's what I'm trying to point to, is like, hey, there is not a violent solution to the problems that are in our world today. We will only reap the whirlwind from that. And to me, that's where I'm talking about when I'm saying nonviolence. A conscious nonviolent ethic is applying it at that level. When we're talking interpersonal, whether it's working on a farm or dealing with personal relationships, to me, I'm gonna kind of defer to just the category of wisdom and the fact that that's a difficult thing for each of us to navigate. But in a sense of like us in this world, in a polarizing world of picking sides that will ultimately basically try to destroy each other, I think that that's foolish. And so that's the position. And I do take a strong position on that. But on the more intricate questions that you're talking about, I don't feel like I have a great, like, one size fits all answer. That's complicated. I'm simplifying it at more of a systematic level of what will I participate in. And, that's, to me, that's where the ethic of nonviolence comes to play. So that's where I'm coming from on that. And I hope that kind of clears up, like, even what I'm seeing in the comments. Like there's kind of two layers that we're talking about here. I'm talking about this bigger layer, the question of violence in our time.
So you have at the top and at the bottom. It can be a question of violence at the bottom, at the personal level, but up here, participating in that violence, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's the tension. There's not an easy answer in that, but and it's not messy. It's not like I can't put a nice package and a bow on that. But to me, that's, at least for me, is in terms of the way I look at this and the problems that I see emerging on the horizon is, I think that the question of, is there a justification? Like, let's say, is there a Christian justification for me to engage in war in the Middle East or in the South China Seas or against Russia? Is there a some sort of progressive Christian justification for that? I would say no, right? Because I know that that's ultimately not even serving interests of either a progressive or a conservative end. It's really just naked power, and there's economic forces that are driving that. And I don't think that, I think that those are ultimately quite destructive. And we should be seeking to de-escalate. There's a few voices that I really do appreciate. One of them is a commentator, Jeffrey Sachs. I think that he does some work with the UN, and the idea is just de-escalation. I see that same language coming out of Pope Francis, same kind of thing. Get to the negotiating table, de-escalate. Those are voices of reason that are not being heard in our world today, and I think that that's highly problematic, and it portends for a problematic future, for at least the foreseeable future.
I don't know, maybe there would be a violent solution. I don't know. An interesting thing about that is there is a question of agency, I think, in the picture you're painting, that it's kind of going unaddressed. Because here's the thing. You made a distinction between the high level, at like the nation level or the international level, and down here the personal level. I don't know if there is a real difference between those two. Maybe there is, but an interesting thing is that it matches up with our agency. Because if you yourself engage at this level, it would be as a pawn in something else. But if you engage down here, it would be as an agent in the things that you have control over. It could be one way or another, I don't know, but maybe that's not, maybe those things that you're pointing at, the violence and this kind of political problem, maybe those things are disconnected. Maybe that's not exactly the what's it called in English, the Cartesian, I can't think of the axis. Maybe that's not the axis on which this problem moves on. Maybe it's something else.
Well, and Nick, it's a really valid point, but here's like, I want to circle back to some of the things you were saying about like Argentinian politics and this problem of ennui and like the inheritance of maybe more of that French Enlightenment ideal that is different than kind of America, that we inherited more of the Anglophone type Enlightenment ideals. Is, I think that part of that revolutionary spirit that animated the French Enlightenment, right, that ultimately became this violent revolution, it leads to that ultimate ennui that you were talking about, that civilizational ennui of just an exhausted society. And you know, so to me, it's like, as a responsible agent within society, and I would draw a distinction here. This would be a weird thing, but I would draw a distinction between the social and the civilizational. I think social is just emergent. Civilizational, I think, is fundamentally an act of violence, right? So when we're talking about Christian civilization, I get a little weird on that, but that's a different discussion for a different day. But what my sense is that whether it's at the top level or down here at the interpersonal level, like the same kind of ethical, the same ethical spirit should animate our interactions, right? It just gets a little bit, it gets a little bit more situational for us as we deal as agents in an interpersonal and an intersocial level where we engage socially. But in those top levels, it's like we do have agency in terms of the manner in which we participate or don't participate in the violent impulses that are happening structurally in our world. And so I think that the problem is that we run into kind of, I would consider myself a part of the masses. Like, I don't have a voice that enables me to affect real social change or anything like that. Like, I don't have any pretenses for that. But I do have the ability to determine how I'm going to occupy space in that context. And it will be without endorsement, right? And I think that coming back to this again and again is those who are going to try to essentially sell a justification for violence, whether that's religious or political, and I think both are happening in this time. And that even comes with its own there's even a kind of a secular religious impulse, I would say, that will be used to justify violence, right? So the progressive as well. I think you're going to kind of see omnidirectional justifications because we're in a chaotic situation and people are trying to exert control and force a solution. That is what I'm saying. Like, no, that's probably not correct. And it will probably lead us and steer us towards serious calamity. And so that's where that's the main point. I hope that I'm making that clear, is that when I'm talking nonviolence, I'm saying, hey, like, there's a real position in our time. If there's enough people that just say, hey, I'm not going to participate in this, that means something. You know what I mean? And at some point, I think we are going to have to come. I saw that happen in my country here in the United States after 9/11. Is you had to determine where you were positioned relative to that war, and what you would agree to and what you wouldn't agree to, and how you would participate within our society within that. And it's the same kind of thing I think is coming in our time. It's present actually right now.
I seriously cast doubt on that.
Okay, please do.
Because here's the thing, the French Revolution, there was a counter-revolution of Christians that were opposed to Paris. What would have happened if they had been successful in the beginning? Here's the thing that I've noticed. So society is something that happens with the relationships between people that come together through love and maybe necessity, and they cooperate with each other. It's this kind of organic thing. And then civilization descends from above and brings down the order. And one is good and the other is not. And here's the thing. Whichever case it is, if it is or it isn't a good thing, one thing is certain. If you oppose that coming down of order of civilization, you can say goodbye to family, because that's exactly what the father does. And the thing that the liberals in the French Revolution did, and they didn't realize, was that by denying the king, by killing the king, by making kingship in itself a bad thing, they cut off their own legs. Because all kings are fathers and all fathers are kings. With which face would they, after killing the king, return to their houses and say, in this house, I'm going to impose some order? Nobody's going to listen to that, because you're a hypocrite. You impose the order, but you're not willing to take it on yourself. Now, maybe that's right. Maybe that's exactly right. Maybe there is something wrong in this kind of fatherly attitude of, I'm going to impose order in that house. And I'm not saying I have that answer. I just want to make sure that I am saying that those two things are the same. It's just that one is in a bigger structure and one is in a smaller structure. And if you cast doubt on kinship in a bigger structure, that will later on have the consequence of weakening kinship in the smaller structure.
Okay. Well, let's play with that so let's look at that nature of kingship then. Like, how do you draw the distinction between a king and a tyrant?
The distinction between a king and a tyrant. Well, I think, and I may be wrong, the distinction is in the reason or the purpose of the action. Why is the action taken for? Is it for the benefit, the personal benefit of the king at the expense of the others, or is it for the benefit of the greater thing, the family?
Okay. So let me ask another question then. Take a historical analysis of kingship. How is the exercise of kingship to be distinguished from tyranny historically? How do we distinguish that?
Well, I think was it Plato or Aristotle? One of the Greek philosophers that said something like tyrants tend to be very friendly with foreigners, but otherwise, I don't know. Like abuses of power. The Roman king, I think, I guess I should word this correctly so YouTube doesn't come down on Luke's channel. Abused his power with another Roman's daughter, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back for the Romans.
How did you get even more handsome just by moving the camera, man?
It's because it's this fish eye lens.
Oh, there we go. I guess what I'm trying to drive at, Nico, is that I think that the tyranny is inherent. The tyrannical power is inherent to kingship, and that will go stretch all the way back into the early Mesopotamian legacy of kingship as it emerges in Sumer in 2400 BC, where we get our first real kingship, right? Is that the king possesses tyrannical power. Whether the king exercises tyrannical power is another thing, but the king possesses that kind of the power of the sword. And as a Christian, I'm messianic. I believe in kingship, right? I believe in the kingship of Jesus. It's just that I think that he's introducing a fundamentally different paradigm of how that kingship is exercised and how that authority is ultimately exercised. And so it's like, I think that there's a reemergence of this traditionalist impulse in society today. I think because we're in a time of dissolution that wants to see that centralizing kingship figure, I think that does not portend for anything good in the future. Because I think that what it will be ultimately is a justification of tyrannical power in order to bring order. And I think that human society is going to have to face that choice, because ultimately I think like political theory, that kind of classic Enlightenment political theory, that those who govern at the consent of the governed, I think is still ultimately true. Like there has to be consensus that we're going to allow that kind of rule. But I just think that I'm not saying that kingship is wrong, but I'm saying that there's a paradigm of kingship that Christ is holding out that is fundamentally different than the paradigm of kingship that even emerges within Christendom. And so the hidden face of every king is Antichrist. that would be like to be very controversial. It doesn't mean they're all antichrist, but that's the hidden face of kingship as it is currently construed in this present age.
That kind of goes back to what you guys just said. Nico made a quote that was interesting to me about when you asked what makes, how you determine the tyrannical and non-tyrannical king. And it ties into what you're saying, because my mind immediately goes to every man, back in my day, Dad would come home and say, I'm the king of my castle. And so when you're wanting to have somebody, well, Nico said something about how you recognize the tyrant versus the king. Was the tyrant, they will tend to pay a lot of attention to those outside, like the interactions with the non-subjects are important. And I think there's something there, but it also ties to my thought on what you were just saying, Jed. Like, if every man wants to be that king, therefore he wants to elect or vote in or have, somehow installed over him a king that represents what he thinks he wants. What happens when, like, there's even that split dynamic Nico was pointing at earlier with the above and below, because we're still engaging on both the higher and lower planes, because you still have to, like, you have the potential to have little tyrants with a good king, or good little kings with a evil tyrant, or a combination thereof. And I hadn't thought about these kind of things quite in that way before, so that's really interesting what you guys are pointing at least to me.
Whichever case it may be, I'm warning you now that if you take that position, you're gonna have to really wrestle with what happens with fathers and their families, because that problem is going to appear sooner or later. Don't be so sure that for the people who are below the king, having a king is such a terrible thing. When I was at school, I was a little kid. This kind of Christian pacifism was already, let's say, in power in a sense. So everybody had this kind of idea that to be a Christian is everything about not having violence in some way. Nobody could really make some rule or a dogma, but they had like this general idea, and they kind of just improvised. And me being a kid in a school that had that kind of attitude, I really hated it. And I got into a lot of trouble with the faculty because I had a big bone to pick with them. Because basically what it meant was that other kids would bully me. And when I defended myself, I was doing violence. Therefore, I got punished. And my big beef with them was, when are you going to stop being such a coward and punish all of these kids who are misbehaving? Come on, be a tyrant. Be a tyrant. And that's basically what I told them. All throughout my schooling years, even to the last one. I got called into the director's office quite often. And I would tell the director to her face, I think you are a fool and and you're directing badly, very badly. So don't be so sure that it's such a great thing that has such great results, because that wasn't just like a thing at my school. Then I moved to other school and it was the same thing. Those were explicitly Christian, Catholic Christian schools, and it's kind of a general thing. And I'm not the only one who had a bad experience with that. So alongside with me, there's like a general thirst for tyranny right now. So beware for the younger generation, because they want a dictator.
Right, and I'm profoundly concerned about that, Nico. And the reason behind it is there inevitably with the rise of tyranny, there's a great deal in it for a good amount of people, right? So let's say you have a tyrant that will enable, say, hey, we are going to enact a system through force that will enable you to have the family structure that you're looking for, right? To preserve certain traditional norms. We see tyranny kind of goes in, it has progressive and conservative or reactive type modalities, but in this case, let's just use that. Is if you're going to consciously participate in that tyranny as a beneficiary, I think that there's a problem there. And I think that it's ultimately, I think the problem is that the Christian message is one of liberation. We exercise, we have family structure based on, not because it's under the consent of a Caesar or a king, but because we recognize the family according to a new pattern that does not need the king's consent in order for us to be good parents, right? Or to be, to have good families and those kinds of things. And so I get concerned about that impulse towards, and I understand why. The world is absolutely a chaotic place right now, and it's become very chaotic in the last couple of decades. And there doesn't seem to be any indication on the horizon that that's changing. And so I think that there is a kind of a pull towards some sort of authority figure who can bring order into that chaos, regardless of the cost that order would represent. And so that's where I understand what you're saying. And I understand it's kind of like when it's kind of, I feel like we're in that time of William Butler Yeats' poem, The Second Coming, where the center cannot hold, and so everything is dissolving, everything is chaotic. But I think that it opens up this space, this very dangerous space of a kind of acquiescing to a modality of power that is fundamentally inappropriate. And let's take the imagery in the book of Revelation surrounding kind of that Leviathan creature, the beast that rises out of the sea. The problem is that the place for Leviathan is in the sea, and it escapes its bounds, right? And so we're kind of in that place where, socially speaking, politically speaking, power is escaping its natural boundaries, and it's going to be exercised in ways that are fundamentally destructive, ultimately to human society. And to me, that's where I would just caution, for anybody that would be, that can, to not fall sway under the pretenses of the promises of a strong man. Like, I think that there's a deep problem, and it doesn't matter what flavor that strong man comes in, whether that's a progressive or a conservative type of a strong man. We're very susceptible to the violence that will ensue from that.
I mean, if you don't want there to be that kind of strong man, maybe you should start imposing some order, because the more you go into non-violence, perhaps the more the stronger will come. But I mean, that's fine. I agree that going into this jihadist crusader mode, it's definitely the wrong way to go. The thing is that it didn't quite address my point. My point wasn't that we need a tyrant. My point was that there was a need for order, and there wasn't any. Was that a good thing? Was that a good thing that in the Christian schools they decided that they were not going to punish the kids? Is that a good thing or is it a bad thing?
Right. No, and I understand that. I mean, the question of law and order is, it's not you're not bringing up invalid points, right? We do need order. I've worked as an educator, right? So I work in a professional setting where I have to, engage in disciplinary actions with employees. Like, I understand that there's a place for that. I'm not arguing against, saying, hey, just embrace the total chaos. But I'm being very targeted and very specific in my critique of a certain kind of power that is emerging in our world today that I find to be highly dangerous and problematic, right? So it's because it's going to step over its traditional bounds, right? So do you want to have a situation where you're in a school where kids are freely given rein to bully each other? No, there needs to be intervention, right? That's just, I think that's common sense. But what I'm talking about is leaders who will intoxicate their followers with promises that will enable them to engage in wanton and destructive violence and feel justified and vindicated in that. That's what I'm talking about. That's where I'm saying, hey, that is who you have to be aware of in our time. Whoever is justifying that violence. To me, that is the real problem of our time that has to be avoided. And I think that we have agency in that. And what I'm saying is, even as a common person down here on the ground, I don't have to participate in that paradigm of reality. Even if I'm affected by it, I don't have to participate as someone who's endorsing that.
When you
Here's the thing.
You go.
Don't be so sure that doing that, the thing that you just said, not participating in that, is that action is necessitates the framing of pacifism, or however you want to call it. Maybe there is a different reason to do that same thing that you just mentioned. Because you could have a situation, well, no. You could have, it could be that our world exists in such a way that the engaging in that thing that you mentioned is a bad thing because it serves a bad purpose. And in this situation, getting involved into that, it is a bad thing. But in a different situation, it is a good thing to engage in a different kind of violence, one that brings order and safety to everyone. And the difference is not in the use of violence, but in the what for. It may be that I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm saying it may be the case. Because I'm seeing you point out to this bad thing, and I agree with that. But I don't see a connection between that and the framing of this kind of pacifism.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to paint my position as a kind of pacifism. So I accept that. I wouldn't consider myself a thoroughgoing pacifist, but with respect to these kinds of questions, yes, I would say that I am. I think it depends on when I'm saying participation, I'm trying to say this in a specifically Christian context. Is as Christians, we're supposed to, in a sense, at least at the ideal level, we're supposed to be embodying that divine life that is come to us in and through Christ, right? And that we've been united to God in some unique way through his work, which means that we have a different kind of responsibility in the world, right? Is one, to me, primarily of Christian witness, right? Is that I'm bearing witness to a different way of being in the world, and ultimately a different ultimate future for the world. And so my responsibilities as one who wishes to bear Christian witness in the world means that my relationship to those kind of power structures, whether legitimate or illegitimate, is always going to be somewhat oppositional, is going to be the counterfactual, but this is still not quite the way that God has designed it to work. Right. And I'm not pointing myself as the one who needs to step up and rule this place. Like, I think that's the trap that Christians consistently have fallen into, is that we think that because we're testifying to a different way, that it enables us to then rule from that place. I think that you start getting into very murky waters of historical questions that are very difficult. But I think when I'm looking at the exercise of power in our time, and this is, being formed, basically, I became of age at the turn of the century. So I was 21 or 22 when September 11th happened. I remember a world before September 11th and a world after September 11th. But what I'm seeing in that intervening history is a series of justifications for violence that I have seen, and I've been profoundly affected by at a personal level with people I know and love that have been affected by those wars. And seeing the cost and the ultimate futility of what those justifications have actually brought about in society. They've actually made the world a much more dangerous place over time. And so my concern is, as a Christian in that context, is saying, no, I don't give consent to this modality of rule. It may bring order. It may even bring certain proximate goods, but this is not the kingdom of God. And there's a difference. And so to me, it's like that when I'm discoursing, it's like, at some level, Nico, you're correct at the pragmatic level of politics, right? There is always going to be a certain inherent amount of force and violence that is baked into the political question. But Christianity questions that paradigm fundamentally, because the cross poses the question to those structures of power inherently. And says that, no, this is not how this is not how God exercises power. This is how you as a human being from your present limitations believes power is to be exercised. And ultimately, it's being exercised in a zero-sum game. And that's the paradigm that I'm questioning, is the paradigm of that zero-sum reality that is our present world. I think that there's a different paradigm and a different reality that is non-zero-sum. It doesn't mean that the relationship between those two is clean or easy, but I testify to a different way, because I think that different way of being in the world actually comports to a better world.
The way of zero sum, it's either me or you, my tribe or your tribe, and the other way of not participating in violence, I guess. There is, because we live in a fallen world, I guess, a practical necessity in the day-to-day we fall short of the ideal. Sometimes things are murky. So violence is a thing that we fall short of this. So we fall on a middle place. it's not a good thing to fall on the middle place. We would rather be over here. But sometimes you have to do it for other reasons. So you have to manage as well as you can to try to stay over here. And sometimes you will end up in this place in the middle. That's what I understood from what you just said.
Yeah, I mean, we're in this world. We're implicated in it. It's like I can advocate, some sort of pacifism, but I have one of these, and I know that at every layer in the supply chain, this has suffering and violence baked into it. People were exploited to mine the materials. People were exploited to manufacture this. There's a certain amount of suffering baked into the cake of everything I do. There's an uncomfortable tension that I have to certainly make peace with in the world. I think you're correct too in that. Like, I can't fix those problems. But when it comes to how I participate consciously in what I can control, what is in my domain of control, am I going to acquiesce to the rule of a strong man? The answer is no, even if it costs me my life. Right. And the reason why that's important to me at a personal level is I see these conflicts as becoming almost an inevitability. And there's a deep layer of almost resentment at a personal level because I'm now a father. I'm middle-aged. I'm in my mid-40s. My kids are becoming teenagers now. I think of the trench warfare that's happening in the Ukraine right now. My boys are not going to be the generals. They're not going to be standing away from that conflict. They're going to be in the trenches, right? There's a certain amount of powerlessness to that level of violence that I think is fundamentally an evil. And I don't want to participate in that. And I actually want to actively resist that because I think it's fundamentally destructive, fundamentally futile, and fundamentally useless. And I think that to advocate that non-zero sum kind of approach, I actually think that that's where the solutions to these problems actually are, is not in engaging again in that zero sum where I'm going to use prudential violence, which I know is at some level an evil, in order to achieve a good end. I'm saying, no, we cannot do evil so that good can come from it. What I do think is that we need to insist on doing the good and being willing to suffer the evil. But say, no, there is a better way. The better way is the way of peace. In this respect, I think that in every respect in the conflicts that are brewing in our world today is a fundamental lack of leadership, a fundamental failure of imagination to imagine different possibilities that can lead to a more peaceful existence in the tensions that are in our world today. And everybody can be right all the way up into the point somebody hits that red button and there's no going back from that. And we can all be vindicated in our rightness and have a world that's essentially leveled through the use of nuclear weapons. That's a huge threat in our time. There is no zero-sum solution ultimately to these problems. They have to be negotiated. We have to negotiate. We have to agree that there's some sort of shared space and that the world is a fragile and delicate place. And if we can't come up with those solutions, then we won't have a society. I know that's heavy, but that's at the level of, at least for me, that's the level of conviction that I would, obviously I'm sitting on a YouTube video advocating for it.
I mean, I agree that with all of your particular points about this kind of political mutual self-destruction, much like the First World War.
Mm-hmm.
The countries in Europe decided that they would like to just exterminate their own population with somebody else's bullets and bombs, and proceeded to destroy themselves and gain nothing by pursuing each of them their own good. I think that's what happened. That kind of like that pattern that you explained, I think that was World War I.
You're exactly right, Nico. Like, I think that the historical moment this is much less like World War II, where there was a clear sense of the good guys and the bad guys, right? World War I was one of the dumbest conflicts in the history of the world. It was so stupid when we looked at what the antecedent causes of that war. There wasn't really good guys and bad guys. There's a bunch of big countries banging up against each other, and a war ended up happening that was horrible and destructive. And I think that, it's like we want to play like this idea that there's, Nazis and there's, the good guys and the bad guys. I don't think that that's the world we live in. It's far more complex than that. I think that there are legitimate interests that everybody's bringing to the table, and there's illegitimate interests that everybody's bringing to the table. And so the concern is that when contagion hits that kind of an environment, the violence that's going to ensue is going to be absolutely brutal and futile. There will be no point to it. It will be pointless. And so that's the specific point I'm trying to drive home again and again, is that when you're talking about questions of law and order, legitimate uses of power, that's a different conversation than what I'm driving at here. Is that's all I'm trying to say. It's like that's what we're on the edge of. And I would love for anybody, to give me some sort of sense that that's not actually the case, and that's not actually the world we live in.
I could make that case.
Okay, please do.
The world before the First World War was the world of nations, nation states. Before the world of nation states, you had, a lot of chaos. But before that, you had Christendom.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the map of Europe, before that, there are so many political colors, political names on the map. There's like 2,000 little places. There's too many of them. It's nothing like the amount you see today. You go to Europe and you see, there's like 20 countries over there. Now, in the times of Christendom, it was like thousands. And they kind of overlapped with each other. Mm-hmm. And some of them were kingdoms, some of them were bishoprics, and some of them were duchies, and it's just nonsense all over the place. After that came the nation states. Italy, I think it was the last of the important countries in Europe to become a nation state. Before that, it was Venice and Rome and what's the name? Sicily and the Republic of this, the Kingdom of that. There were like a bunch of them, and then it turned into the Italian Republic, like right at the last moment before World War I. Mm-hmm. And something similar basically happened to the other countries. So now we look at, you have the French, you have the Germans. Well, look at what now is Germany, like 100 years before World War I. Mm-hmm. You're not going to find that neat political thing of, we are the Germans. Right now, there is, right now, a few years ago, there was a lot of trouble going on in Spain with what they call the nationalisms, which is kind of like ridiculous terms. Basically, at the time of the Reconquest, we think that the Spanish invaded the Iberian Peninsula and conquered it. No, because there were no Spanish. They didn't exist. There were no Spanish people before the reconquest. Non-existent. There were like, I don't know, 50 clans or something. And each one of the clans, they had their own language. Those were the ones who conquered the Iberian Republic.
Mm-hmm.
And then the kings kind of consolidated power, but you had like the king of Aragon. But the king of Aragon ruled over the bunch of clans, and each one of them, they were their own nations who spoke their own language. And at some point they decided, we are going to erase these languages, and everyone is going to speak Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
So a bunch of people just lost their language. And now it's the Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
But a few of those clans managed to escape this process. And those are the ones who are now making a lot of trouble in Spain.
Mm-hmm.
Because for them, they are not Spanish. They are their own nation, separate nation. And the world of World War I was the world of the Spanish, the French. And these nation states, in order to come into being, they had to crush all of these clans, all of these little groups.
Mm-hmm.
And then you ended up with this situation where you have the nation states. Let's say the French over here, and the French go, we are the French nation. Our highest value is France. We do everything for France, anything for France.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are not France, are you even human? And then you have the Germans over here. We are the German nation. Well, it wasn't Germany back then. Well, some other nation state.
Mm-hmm.
We would do anything for our nation state. And if you are not part of that nation state, are you even human? And then they come into conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And then they blow each other apart. They, looking for their own good, ended up destroying themselves with much more damage
Mm-hmm.
than the other clans that came before that were not so focused on their own good as they are, because they were in this kind of Christendom thing. And yeah, they have a loyalty toward their clans, but they also have a loyalty toward the king
Mm-hmm.
and towards Rome. And sometimes, because they were loyal to the Pope, there was a war between the king and the Pope, and so they had to choose, who are you going to go, with the king or the Pope? So they were divided. What France is today, what Germany is today, was divided. And yet they did better than the nation states that were united. It's kind of like it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
You would expect the opposite to happen.
Right.
After the First World War, those nation states that were so united, they became weakened. And then comes the new order, the order of the European Union, the order of international trade. And the nation states, they are not what they used to be. They can't master the fanatical, crazy, jihadist energy that the nation states in World War I had, that they were so crazy for their own country that they had no problem in completely annihilating. They went there with complete reckless abandon.
Mm-hmm.
But now, I don't know if there is that kind of energy.
Well, I mean, those are so many interesting things you brought up. I would say, like, in terms of the way I see things, and I'm sure that I'm not, I don't know how many people would agree or disagree with what my perspective, but I think that the question of the kind of that Westphalian state, the modern nation state, is exactly what's being called into question in our time. Because we have, we see that with kind of the rise of that argument between kind of the globalist argument and the multipolar argument that is emerging in our world today as well, is we're having trouble locating how power and authority needs to be structured in the world. But if we look at kind of that turnover between kind of medieval Europe to the nation state, essentially what was being shuffled was how power was being structured at the elite level, right? So that it was never typically, I mean, even power structures in medieval Europe were rarely benefited the poor. No power structure typically does. But there was a kind of a changing of the guard as capitalism emerges in that modern era as well. And I think a lot of like those kind of inherent seeds that were being sown 500 years ago are ones that we're living in the historical wake of that. And I think that the nation state right now, the problem is that by the time nation states can acquire the power to ultimately destroy each other, which we now possess with nuclear weapons, is that the zero-sum approach is just not going to work. Right? It all of a sudden, what maybe allowed you to become a nation state and extend power however you as a nation state want to do that. Nations like Russia, China, United States have more of kind of an imperialistic projection of power. And then, the smaller nation states are kind of just trying to maintain position. Like in that kind of setting, the current technological capabilities have risen to a level where the paradigm of the state itself becomes an existential threat to human existence. I think that's a reality that we're facing. And I think that that's where the conflicts of our time are ultimately, I think we could come close to the ragged edge of our destruction because we can't think outside of that paradigm. And I think that's, I don't know how you would respond to that, but my sense is that it's the nation state itself that is close to the heart of the problem. It is not the solution. I'm not saying that there's an easy answer on the other side of that when we start looking at solutions. And I'm ultimately messianic, right? So my idea is that this thing doesn't really get cleaned up without Christ returning. That's my position. And I think that that might be necessary in order to keep us from the edge of that destruction. But I think that what we're looking at on the global scale is something that is at every level, the beast is unleashed. And we have to reckon with that power one way or the other. So that even that desire to maybe retreat back to maybe that model of kingship and that more of that medieval kind of framework, technologically, how does that happen? If you've got, feudal lords that have that kind of technological power to destroy and exert their political will.
That's a separate. That's a different topic. You have the multipolarity, the different groups, and they get into this kind of total mutual assured destruction kind of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, what's the antidote to this kind of problem. And what I'm hearing from you is the antidote is this kind of Gerard Jesus-like pacifism. You refuse to do that and engage into a different kind of thing, into a kind of lobby. And that diffuses this mutual propelling violence. I think there is a description in the writings of Thucydides about the Peloponnesian War that the more the war kept going on, the more violent it became, because every act of violence fueled an even greater act of violence on the other side, and it kept going on like that.
Right.
Because it was a kind of civil war, that one.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard that a lot of people were comparing that war with the First World War, saying that that something similar happened to them in then Europe. Okay, so you have this multiplicity, and you have this multiplicity, and you disrupt it by removing energy from the system by not engaging in that process. So you suck out the energy and so make it weaker. And that's how you diffuse it. Okay, I think that's feasible. I think that could work. But what I want to point out is this kind of pulling away, there's an opposite move. And the opposite move, it's also opposed to this this process, which is the going in the opposite direction, the bringing it all together into one, which is the kind of empire position.
Right.
The only thing I want to say is don't be so quick to discard the other move, because all of these things, they work together. And yeah, maybe you can go into this. So in this way, we diffuse this dangerous situation. But if you do so by demonizing kinship, be careful, because you can find yourself in a situation where you can't impose any order, even in a local level, even in your own family.
Mm-hmm.
And that may create an even bigger monster than you were trying to avoid. That's my point.
And I think, Nico, I think at a level, I don't disagree with you there. But the question, there's like where we're at. There's a certain difficulty to navigate this specific tension we're talking about, because I think what I'm talking about is, look, what I'm ultimately advocating for is that there has to be a non-zero sum approach to resolve some of these deep, thorny, difficult conflicts that are in our world today. That's the only way that it ultimately gets resolved. But we do need order, right? We do need some sort of structure and power of authority. And I tend to bristle against that, just personality-wise. My disposition personality-wise pushes against that. So I have a kind of a natural tendency against that. But I acknowledge that particular question, right? I think that we don't want a world that's just kind of, I'm not like Nate, who is the resident Christian anarchist here. I'm not an anarchist, even though I have sympathies. But my contention is like when we're really looking at what the complexities of kind of the structures and dynamics of power in the world today is, there each of these power centers do have legitimate kind of self-interest that they're trying to protect and preserve. But the problem is that the context in which they're trying to preserve and protect that may actually ultimately lead to further destruction, right? And so how do you advocate, as a common person like myself, how do I advocate for that? It's just it's that sense that with any of these kind of very difficult things that are emerging on the horizon, is how do we cool down and how do we take heat out of that conflict? And I don't see any way, even at that level of where power is structured ultimately at the top level, is that if it's going to be the zero-sum game of how power traditionally has worked itself out historically, we're going to find ourselves in a very disastrous situation. And how do you unwind from that? I don't know if it can be unwound from, is what I'm saying. I don't know if that's even possible. But to advocate that different way, like for me in the context of Christian witness, is saying like, look, I don't have necessarily all the answers of how to resolve these questions, but I believe that the way that Jesus holds out to us is ultimately that answer. And I know that even that can be a kind of a totalizing statement in itself. But the way that I understand that is that the way the life he's calling us into is a kind of a cruciform life, where as opposed to exerting power on these structures in a straight-handed way, I'm willing to suffer under them and to call them, in order to call them into question and to open up that space for a different reality to emerge. And so at the level of kind of personal participation, that's the position I take. Does that fix all the problems in the world today? I'm not responsible for that. I can't control it, and so, but I think that the danger for those of us that kind of are in the common ranks of society is that oftentimes we get pushed into giving, recognizing power and authority in a way that only reinforces those structures of power. And in some senses, those structures of power are the ones that are driving us towards a real disaster. And like, so you could look at, and I'll just use our current political leadership, whether that's Trump or Biden or Putin or Xi or, any of the great global leaders right now, is it just seems to me like that, and I think there's varying degrees of culpability on every side of the equation here, but it just seems to me like nobody at this point is capable of unwinding us from a conflict that could be absolutely catastrophic. And the justifications for that, it's kind of like trying to go back and say, who was the good guys in World War I? We're going to be on the other side of this. And I do think we will get to the other side of it, but we're going to be on the other side of it just marveling at how stupid this conflict ultimately was. Because it's the young people, like in your case, I'm assuming you're kind of in your 20s, maybe you're a little bit older than that, but it's young people that are in your age bracket, in your demographic, that are going to actually pay the heaviest price for decisions that are being made by elites whose power interests don't necessarily align at all with what your own personal interests are.
Does Jesus calls us into abandoning kids to the wolves? I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, at some level, we're in the world, so we have to, like, I think
that's a different thing. It's not we have to do an evil thing of killing a wolf for doing the evil thing of protecting a child. No, I mean, is it a good thing to kill that wolf to protect the child? It's not the same. Is there a justice? Is it just to use violence to protect someone? Is there a good violence?
I think
is there the good violence of spanking kids that are misbehaving? It's not the same thing.
Right, but we're operating on two different planes here. If you're operating on the temporal proximate plane, the answer could be yes, it could be no, but you're always admitting that I'm saying fundamentally violence is a fundamental evil. It's not ultimately at the eschatological horizon. There's no violence, right? The goal is a non-violent, ultimately a non-violent solution to the cosmic problem. So we live in a world of violence. I think we have to admit that. But this goes back to kind of those fundamental questions. No, I do think, and I know that this is controversial at some level, but yes, I think that the Christian answer is martyrdom. At some level, we have to accept that. Because it's in that testimony that testimony is what opens up and propagates and continues that possibility of that new world. And that's what we're testifying of for Christians, is a kingdom that is not of this world, ultimately. And we're trying to make it of this world. And the only way you can make this kingdom of this world is through an act of violence that violates the fundamental principles of that kingdom. And so when we acquiesce to violence, we're all of a sudden we're out of the question of the good as such into a level of proximate goods that can be achieved, but have to be negotiated in that question of good and evil. And that is the zero-sum game. So we're still talking zero-sum. Like if I'm saying, is it okay for me to use violence? I am fundamentally admitting that
you don't know if it is a zero-sum.
What?
You don't know if it's a zero-sum game. How do you know there isn't a just violence? Like spanking your kids. Is spanking your kids zero-sum?
Yeah.
Okay.
It can serve a non-zero sum end, but it is still a zero sum act. Somebody's losing something. You're admitting loss there. And I'm saying ultimately at the transcendental level,
what does the father gain in that war of fatherhood?
The father is admitting loss. If I have to spank my kid, I'm admitting that at some level my kid and I have lost. And I'm using the violence as a way to redirect action, and maybe towards a more non-zero sum framework. Fine, I can admit that. But ultimately, like what I'm talking about here is like, actual physical violence being enacted at a state level. Right? Where we're not talking about killing wolves, we're talking about killing people. Human beings. There's a loss that is entailed in that. Is an inevitable loss, and I would argue is a fundamental evil. And we have to make peace with it. That's what that is, and to try to justify it in the name of some transcendental good, I think will ultimately result in more evil. And in that case, the answer is it's better to lose.
Maybe.
Jesus lost. I mean, his messianic mission, if we look at what it is, his mission was to become the messianic king. And at some level, there was an ironic sense of failure there. The only crown he was ever given in this world was a crown of thorns. His opponents technically defeated him, and that was where his victory was. And so for the Christian, there's a certain way where we admit defeat in a victorious fashion. We overcome the world in that way. And to me, so my framing is within that framework of Christian witness. Is sometimes in bearing witness to this higher reality, it means I'm going to lose, and I'm going to fail, and that's okay. But in doing so, I'm liberated. Like I'm liberated from that principle in this world that says that I have to ultimately concede that the ultimate dynamic of power and reality is structured in this zero-sum sort of way.
See, that's the thing. You have the particular that you're having a problem with, and then you're moving into the frame of therefore, because that it's zero sum. I don't know if that is zero sum. I don't know if it's zero sum.
So let's concretize that, just so that I'm not speaking in total abstraction here. The prospect of a World War III type scenario that we're facing in our world today, which is a very real threat, I would argue is a zero-sum proposition. It will be ultimately destructive. That's what I'm saying here, to be concrete.
No, that's not obvious for that. The thing about the zero sum is that the way it works is, imagine that this hand wants to kill that hand, and so they stab each other with knives, and then I bleed to death because I have stabbing wounds in both my arms. That's the thing about zero sum. It's my good is the other person's bad, which is a very different thing from spanking your kid, because the good is for the kid, it's not for me.
Yeah, you're trying to preserve the good for the child. The aim of that disciplinary act is ultimately, if it's legitimately exercised, is for the good of the child. I acknowledge that, but I don't think that's the same dynamic that I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about like interpersonal questions of authority. I mean, I know that that's implicated in our discussion, and I see why you're going there. But that's not the realm that I'm not overly concerned with. That realm, that's the messy everyday life type stuff that we have to all navigate. And I acknowledge that there are different ways of going about that question. But when we're talking about the kind of violence, which I'm talking about, like systematic violence at scale, like I don't see that that's a zero-sum proposition where there is an irretrievable loss that is involved with that. By the way, Kay, I agree. I agree. I don't spank my kids, but I'm just saying I'm not going to cast shade on people who do. But I do discipline my kids, though.
I mean, if it is zero sum, then I agree that I mean, what was the benefit of the First World War? Nothing.
Really, truly,
there was no benefit. If anything, it was the opposite. They may just as well have just given poison to half the population, and they would have come out better, at least in material terms.
Right.
I don't know if all of these things are zero sum. That's my only.
Okay.
I'm not even saying that it isn't. It just doesn't sit well with me that Jesus would call on people to stand aside while their own kid gets
Right, and I hope that
or something.
what I'm saying is not like I don't think that Jesus calls us to be pushovers or to be, like he's not trying to turn us into a bunch of hippies, even though I could be accused of being that a little bit myself. I think that we have to take decisive action in the world, and I agree with that. So I'm not saying like we need to, like, in some sense, like what I'm arguing at the same time is I'm making a vigorous case that says no, and with respect to this question, we have to be very, very careful, because the stakes are really they're far-reaching stakes that will affect people right down at the level of everyday life. And so for me, that's where the point is that in some sense, I'm being a little bit belligerent with this. Like I'm advocating for a fundamental position that says, no, when we're approaching these questions of war and peace, if we cannot come up with a non-zero sum solution, a plus sum type of a solution to the problems that we're being faced with today, especially when we take into account the phenomenal power of our technological inputs, we could find ourselves in a situation where it's destructive for life on Earth. Like, that's the real problem. And so to get sucked into a position where we're trying to justify these things, I don't think that there's really any good justification for the kind of violence we're seeing in the world today. I don't see that. I see that, like you could look at like the Palestinian and Israeli conflict that's happening. And I'll limit my comments to simply this. I understand that both of these sides have very intractable positions, but they could end up exercising those intractable positions that leads to a mutual destruction. Right. And so, and that kind of, we all have these intractable positions that are seemingly intractable in the world today. And if we are trying to resolve that in a zero-sum sort of way, we are all but guaranteeing a level of mass destruction that I don't think we want to see. That same sort of futility. I think World War I is the perfect model of this. We'll look back on this episode in history and the violence that came out of it, and we'll see the utter futility of all of that. And so that's the level I'm trying to be very adamant that that's what I'm talking about. When we're talking about just normal everyday politics, like there's wiggle room, there's room for variation. But in this sense, I'm presenting a unique totality that says, no, we have to find a way to mitigate those kind of tensions with different kinds of solutions. And I don't see that, I see a fundamental failure at the political level, at diplomacy. And I think my own country is phenomenally guilty in that respect.
I mean, I would agree with that, but if you are going to engage with that, there is that other element that can't go unaddressed, because you could easily find yourself in this situation where your own efforts are undermined because you left that you didn't look at that point of the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And by not being prepared for that one, then it comes back, it goes all the way around the world, it comes back, all the way it comes back and hits you in the back of the head. And instead of doing what you wanted it to do, it did the opposite. That's what I'm saying. Because that thing has two sides, right? It's like a coin. And so by withdrawing, you pull from one side, but then you pull the other too. So on the point of the zero sum, I think you're right, and it's I think history is littered with stuff like that. For example, World War I is an example of you have two sides and they just bam destroy each other, and they both come out badly after the conflict. In something like the Peloponnesian War, Sparta comes out winning, but the thing is that soon after that, both Sparta and Athens end up doing wars and wars until they end up being under the control of the Persians, and then after that comes Alexander, just conquers them.
Yep.
But then you have another interesting example of that kind of zero-sum dynamic, which is the Roman Empire. Because the Roman Empire is not this mutual assured destruction. The Roman Empire wins. And it wins, and it wins, and it keeps on winning, and it conquers everything. And aren't we great? But my take from that is that the victory destroyed the Roman Empire. That by the time of Julius Caesar, the show was over. That was it for them, and they didn't get conquered. At the time of Julius Caesar, they were on top of the world. They had everything, but they had this kind of triumvirate, which was like three dudes in Rome decided that we're going to divide the empire between the three of us. Yeah, the Senate. So if you reach that place, that somebody it's clearly not working. But the thing is, Rome didn't get like a tornado didn't hit Rome and an earthquake didn't hit Rome. So why are things doing so badly? If they won, they kept on winning. So what happened to the benefits of victory? And my theory is that it's victory that destroyed them. They had first a lot of slaves. From all of the conquest, Rome got flooded with slaves. And a bunch of farmers lost their farmland. And they ended up in Rome unemployed. So there used to be this kind of organic community over there, and now you have like a bunch of unemployed people in the capital, and just people who owned a lot of land and they worked it with slaves. And then you had this program by which if you were a Roman soldier, you could retire, and in the conquered provinces, they would give you land. Which meant that if you were a Roman soldier, at the end of the day, you went to live like to Spain or Turkey or Greece. So you had these people who had this community in Rome, this organic community, and then that turned into slaves and unemployed in the capital, and a bunch of people spread out, far too spread out through the empire. I mean, that kind of final situation where you have slaves and unemployed, and your own people have been thrown all over the place. That's the kind of thing that happened to people who got conquered. The Persian Empire arrives, they defeat you, they turn you all into slaves, and they end up all over the place. So it isn't a bit strange that victory kind of destroyed the Roman people.
Right. Well, it is, and like the thing that made Rome successful was what made it a failure in the end, right? And if we look at that context in our modern time, like really winning the geopolitical game could sow the seeds for something much worse, because we're in some sense at the level of consciousness, at the level of mass consciousness, is we're acquiescing to that already. We're assuming that that is the fundamental and primary reality. And what comes up in that context of the Roman Empire is the advent of Christ in history. And this different and very subversive presence in history has now been introduced, right? This messianic idea, this incarnational idea has been introduced. But the seeds of empire have never really fully left the world. Like Rome in some ways is always with us, at least the memory of it, and it certainly structures how we imagine power in the world. But I guess, the driving point for me is just as a conscious participant, like how do I participate in those realities? And I just, there's an uncomfortable tension that I'm going to admit from the get-go, but it's just, I think that there's a different way. And I think that way is fundamentally at odds with the way we conceive of the world. And part of the problem is that we conceive of the world the way it currently is, and we kind of allow it to just be this. And there's always good reasons for it, and there's always good justifications for it, but those very reasons and those very justifications are what are driving us to this inflection point in history. Again, another one. It's not like this is a brand new one. This is a continuation of building, it's a long historical process that's working itself out. But I think fundamentally something different is being revealed in Jesus. And I think that if I were to, I know I'm one to put big statements down, but I think that that's fundamentally what's at stake in our time is I don't think we've really fully grappled with the realities that he's revealed to us just simply on the cross and what that means and how that's meant to order and structure reality. And it's a different paradigm. And I think that can be enacted in ways that are destructive, like, to your point, like we still have an obligation to defend and protect our own, and that, those ethical obligations are still intact, and that's messy. But let's just put it this way, to be very practical. Like if I think as an American citizen that a citizen of Russia or a citizen of China or a citizen of Iran is my enemy, that I have any natural enmity with them, I'm fundamentally deceived. They're my neighbor. That's who Christ calls me to view them as. And so what I'm called to is to their good as my neighbor. And the social and political structures want to erase that reality and justify me standing across the trench 500 yards from my neighbor, shooting at him, looking to take his life and to deprive him. And there's always going to be some sort of higher order justification that's brought into that equation. The problem is I think it's a fundamentally a false and defective view of reality. And so I don't want to participate in that. Now, in the debates and in the how do we work our way towards a solution, I want to be a part of those conversations, but I don't pretend that I have all of those answers. I think that there's a level of intellectual humility that I'm trying to learn, that like I don't have all of those answers, but I feel like the fundamental questions, I think, at least reduced down to that level in my mind is, will I be willing to participate and justify these things that I think are fundamentally anti-Christian? And so I get very concerned in like an American political context where I see Christianity being leveraged in a way that serves the interests of temporal power, because we're not fundamentally a temporal community. We're a community that comes from a different age, from a different world, bringing a different perspective. And that's messy, and it doesn't mean we always get what we want in the world. but I testify to a different reality fundamentally. And so that's what I appreciate. And I think unless there's somebody that wants to kind of take the baton here, I do have to get to some other things here.
We'll be 4 hours this thing.
I know it's been a long one. It's been great getting a chance to talk with you, Nico. I've enjoyed the conversation. Your questions are like very deep, profound ones. And I think it made for a fruitful conversation. I don't think we resolved anything, but I don't think that's the point.
Yeah. I mean, it's been interesting. We haven't resolved anything, but I guess I understand your position better now. That's something, and we have explored the territory a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's been a good one, and I appreciate that. And Mark, it's good to see you. I hope to see you soon, my friend. I think we're going to put a pin in this conversation. I'm sure there'll be more live streams. But Nico, thanks again, man. It's a great conversation, and for all this for everyone who joined, appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here unless I get any major objectors.
Yeah, I think we waited long enough. I was hoping somebody else would join in, but okay.
All right. Have a good one, guys. Take care.
Bye.